Chapter 1734. The two young disciples behind him laughed and said, "Senior brother, with your methods, it's easy if you want it." The handsome young man smiled when he heard this. "You should know that I like to be willing. I heard that Miss Xiao has a strong enemy on the island. If we can kill him, Miss Xiao might throw herself into his arms." The other two disciples laughed when they heard this. "Don't worry, senior brother. He's just a small warrior. How can he fight against our Five Elements sect? As long as we find that kid, we'll tear him to pieces." Their conversation was completely captured by Lin Xian. His face darkened when he heard this. From the looks of it, these people were from the Five Elements sect, and in order to curry favor with Zhao Tianxie, they wanted to take his life. They're really obsessed. Lin Xian snorted and quietly retreated. With Zhao Tianxie's personality, even if these people from the Five Elements sect succeeded, she would not throw herself into his arms. Instead, she would suck their blood essence dry. More importantly, Lin Xian wasn't going to sit around and wait for his death. He had absorbed the power of the dragon crystal and his strength had increased greatly. Even if these people from the Five Elements sect outnumbered him, he would not be fearless. Since these people dared to target him, they would have to pay the price. Lin Xian would not hesitate to make a move, but he would not be rash either. The Five Elements sect was an unparalleled sect. Looking at the handsome young man in front, he must be a genius in the Five Elements sect. Moreover, there were many disciples from the Five Elements sect around. Therefore, Lin Xian first had to figure out the number of warriors on the other side. Other than Zhao Tianxie, the handsome young man, and the two disciples in front of him, there were 4 more disciples from the Five Elements sect hiding in the surroundings. Presumably, these people were guarding in secret. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not careless. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by the 4 hidden warriors. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take action and get rid of the 4 people in the dark first. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, the snow-white monkey, and the 2 sword shadows moved quickly. The assassination this time had to be a one-hit kill. They could not give the other party a chance to call for help. Lin Xian was the first to act. He executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps silently like a ghost. The 9 nether devil sword in his hand emitted a cold light. In an instant he arrived near a hidden martial artist. As he waved his sword light flashed. With the sword piercing his vitals, the hidden martial artist's eyes widened. He wanted to make a sound, but he found that he couldn't. Plop! That martial artist fell to the ground. Then Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a black flame surged out, instantly incinerating that martial artist. Not a single drop of blood was left in the sky. At the same time, the other 3 parties also made their moves. The dark red dragon had just broken through to become a 4-star king and was very powerful. Therefore, it killed the other party easily. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey cooperated with the 2 sword deity phantoms and also silently killed the other 2 hidden warriors. In an instant, the hidden warriors around the bamboo house were all eliminated by Lin Xian. Next, it was the 5-star sect's martial artists in front. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon looked at each other and made their moves quickly. A shocking sword chi, a terrifying dragon claw, and 2 sword god phantoms charged forward at high speed. This change was very sudden. In fact, the Five Elements sect's martial artists in front did not even react. In an instant, these terrifying attacks arrived in front of them. One of the disciples did not react at all. Under the attack of this energy, he directly exploded. However, the handsome young man quickly retreated with the other person. "Not good. Senior brother, there's an assassination." The disciple's face turned ugly. The handsome young man's face was also cold. "Men, kill him." In the end, the surroundings were quiet and there was no response at all. "Stop shouting. They've already gone to hell. You'll join them soon." Hearing this, the handsome young man and the other disciple's face turned ugly. "Not good. Our people have been eliminated. Damn it. For you. How dare you attack our Five Elements sect? If I don't attack you, should I wait for you to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered and appeared in front of them with the dark red dragon. "It's you. You're that damn thief. The handsome young man from the Five Elements sect saw Lin Xian and his face immediately turned gloomy. He naturally knew that this was the powerful enemy that Zhao Tianxie had mentioned. This was also the target that he was going to kill next. However, he did not expect that the other party would attack before him. Good boy. I didn't go to you, but you actually took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. How dare you kill our Five Elements sect's people? You really deserve to die. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The handsome young man sneered and his face regained his confidence. The reason for that was because he had already seen 3 silhouettes rushing over from afar. They were the disciples of the Five Elements sect. The other person also laughed. Ha! You didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. Since you dared to kill our Five Elements sect's people, today will be the day you die. Seeing that there were more people coming, Lin Xian frowned. However, in the next moment, he decisively made his move. His entire body turned into a terrifying sword light and quickly rushed forward. At the same time, the dragon sword field was released and quickly expanded, forming a terrifying sword principle world. With a stab of the sword, the world lost its color. What? So powerful? The Five Elements sect's disciple turned pale with fright. Even the handsome young man's face turned solemn. He did not expect that the other party would have such a terrifying sword chi. However, as a genius of the Five Elements sect, he was not a useless person. Therefore, he immediately shouted and attacked with all his strength. A dazzling brilliance burst out from his hands. Boundless divine power surged out, forming 2 huge yellow mountains that pressed down on the ground. Boom! The void shook as the 2 yellow mountains collided with the dazzling sword light and caused a huge explosion. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too powerful. In the end, it still tore the 2 yellow mountains apart. However, this also gave the handsome young man a chance. His body swayed and once again retreated to a safe distance. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the bamboo house. Zhao Tianxie also came out. When she saw Lin Xian, she immediately gnashed her teeth. Damn thief, how dare you chase after me? Miss Zhao, don't worry. Let's work together and kill him. Moreover, we have more people. This kid won't be able to escape today. But Chapter 1735. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Come. I'll teach you a lesson. Little girl, come here. Let me teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon pointed at Zhao Tianxie and sneered. Damn snake, you're courting death. As a genius disciple of the Fey Imperial Palace, she had never been provoked like this. Therefore, she moved her palm, which turned into a silver ray of light, and slapped at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon laughed loudly without fear. His body flickered, and he dodged like a bolt of red lightning. At the same time, he waved his dragon claws, forming a strong gust of wind that swept out in all directions. At the same time, he said loudly, "Kid, leave this little girl to me." As he spoke, he raised his hands and formed 2 arrays, which enveloped the 3 cultivators flying over. Seeing that the dark red dragon had temporarily restrained Zhao Tianxie and trapped the 3 people who came to help, Lin Xian smiled. It seems that your advantage in numbers won't work. Lin Xian looked at the handsome man in front of him and said coldly. The handsome man, Li Wei, had a gloomy expression. He did not expect the 4-legged snake beside him to have such strength, to be able to restrain Zhao Tianxie. Not only that, the people he came to help were also trapped by the array. It seemed that it would be impossible to break it in a short time. However, he still sneered, "Kid, do you think you can beat me in a one-on-one fight? You're too naive. I'll let you know the power of the Pentaphase sect." Then, he turned to the cultivator next to him and said, "Go and help them break the array." "Yes, senior brother." The disciple quickly moved to help the 3 people behind him. Only Lin Xian and Li Wei of the Pentaphase sect were left in the field. With a cold snort, Li Wei's body emitted a strong light that swept out in all directions like a stormy sea. The powerful aura caused the entire void to tremble. The next moment he punched out. Li Wei's movements were not very fast, but the power was abnormally terrifying. It was like a sea flying in the air. The wind was strong and mighty, and the blue light was like the waves of the sea, incomparably turbulent, surging forward. That berserk aura was as unstoppable as before. Lin Xian felt the pressure as well. He realized that the punch was like an ocean, boundless and vast beyond compare. Although it was just a punch, it completely sealed off all escape routes. He could only face it. However, Lin Xian would not be afraid even if he were to face it head-on. He shouted coldly and punched out. The apocalyptic black dragon fist, carrying a violent aura. The black dragon roared, and strong winds blew, as if it wanted to tear everything apart. Boom! In the next moment, the two terrifying fists collided, and a terrifying storm swept out in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air, flashing non-stop. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was solemn. He did not expect that his opponent would be able to block his punch. It was like a real sea. It was terrifying. The blue light that filled the sky instantly shrouded the black fist shadows. The void trembled quickly. The ground cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared and spread into the distance. As for those black fist shadows, they were completely engulfed in an instant. Seeing this, Li Wei laughed maniacally. Kid, no matter how powerful you are, you can't resist my 5 elements fist. 5 elements fist. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Li Wei's fist technique was indeed terrifying. It should be one of the 5 elements sect's unique techniques. Lin Xian guessed right. It was indeed a unique technique. The 5 elements fist contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The blue fist earlier was the water element fist of the 5 elements fist. It was terrifying. It could swallow everything. Li Wei definitely had the right to be arrogant. Kid, provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Today, I'll let you know what regret is. Li Wei sneered and waved his fist again. The blue light was vast and covered the entire sky. It was like countless thousands of feet of waves rushing down. Watch me break your 5 elements fist. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. His eyes shone brightly. His aura became violent again, as if he was the king of destruction. Thunderbolt Dragon. He swung his fists, opening and closing them wide. 2 furious black dragons carrying countless lightning bolts soared into the sky. Boom boom boom. This scene was too terrifying. It was as if 2 giant dragons were rampaging in the boundless sea. Their huge bodies rushed forward and tore everything apart. As for the black lightning, it pierced through the sea that filled the sky. This scene was like a raging dragon coming out of the sea. In the end, the sea and the huge dragon shadows disappeared in the sky. The wind between heaven and earth also quickly dissipated. Lin Xian and Li Wei's figures appeared in front of him again. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. His eyes shone brightly. The blood in his body was surging. The great dragon sword soul was quickly awakening. To be honest, he had not met such an opponent for a long time. The person in front of him seemed to be even more terrifying than Guochuanfei. Such an opponent was worthy of his full strength. On the other side, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the other party could resist his water element fist. It was really shocking. It was hard to believe that the other party, a lone cultivator, could reach such a level. However, he had already decided to kill the other party today. Otherwise, it would be a disaster in the future. He, Li Wei, would not leave such a threat alive. With a cold snort, Li Wei's aura rose again. At the same time, the water blue turned into a fiery red. A terrifying flame aura rushed out and enveloped the entire space. With a punch, the sky was filled with flames. It turned into countless flames and swept forward. Fire element fist. After the water element fist, Li Wei used the fire element fist. This fire element fist was even more terrifying. The heat wave seemed to swallow the sky and burn everything. In an instant, Lin Xian's black fists were all burning. Umph! Lin Xian snorted. The sword aura on his body soared into the sky and turned into a sharp sword light that slashed forward. The terrifying sword light swept in all directions and suppressed the flames. It can actually suppress my fire element fist. Li Wei was shocked when he saw this scene. His fire element fist was extremely terrifying. Even an ordinary 6-star king could not resist it. However, the other party's sword light was so strange that it could actually suppress his fire element fist. In fact, even the flames that filled the sky started to dim. Damn it! Li Wei snorted and changed his fist again. The flames in the sky disappeared and a majestic mountain appeared. It collapsed in all directions and carried a violent force as it fell mercilessly. Earth Element Fist. Once this fist technique was used, Li Wei's fist became extremely heavy. Chapter 1736. Earth Element Fist. Li Wei's fists became extremely heavy as soon as he used this fist technique. They were like ancient demonic mountains that kept descending. Those majestic mountains were indeed terrifying. The sword light in the sky was bent from the pressure. This scene was too terrifying. The entire space sank as it could not withstand this power. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His figure was like a ghost as he kept changing his position. He quickly dodged those terrifying mountains. Between heaven and earth, the void shook. The earthy yellow light was incomparably heavy as if a divine mountain from the 9 heavens had descended. That weight gave Lin Xian a great sense of danger. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress him. Dragon Shadow Rampage. Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist again and used a terrifying ultimate skill. Boundless black dragon shadows quickly appeared, roaring in the void, and then rushed into the sky. Giant dragon carrying mountains. One after another, huge black dragons spiraled into the sky, lifting up the huge mountains in the sky and rushing straight into the clouds. That incomparably terrifying fist of earth was also neutralized by this move. This scene made Li Wei's face turn even uglier. The other party had given him too many surprises. He was clearly a small itinerant cultivator, not a martial artist from any top sect. However, he was able to break his 5-element fist. It was indeed unbelievable. Not only was the other party's sword chi incomparably sharp, but his fist technique was even more violent, as if it could destroy everything in time. He had never heard of such a fist technique before. Indeed, very few people could master the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. If Lin Xian did not have the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would not have been able to master such a terrifying fist technique. However, after fighting for so long, how could he stop now? Therefore, he shouted coldly and attacked again ruthlessly. Metal Element Fist. Golden light shone in the sky, covering the entire sky. Li Wei's aura became incomparably sharp at this moment. It was as if he was a god of war. Between heaven and earth, there was golden light everywhere. It was like a golden sword that swept in all directions. It was overwhelming and incomparably sharp. Like a divine weapon, it charged towards Lin Xian. This was the Metal Element Fist. Once it was used, it was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian's expression turned grave when he sensed the sharp aura. He was not careless at all. He quickly formed a seal with his palms, and a golden heavenly rock also rushed out. The heavenly peng grew bigger with the wind and filled the void. Its entire body shone with golden light. Not only that, but those golden feathers also turned into countless sharp sword chis that swept forward. 108,000 swords. The terrifying sword light was like a surging river, gushing down. It collided with the opponent's fist of metal. Boom! The collision between the two caused a huge collision in the void. Countless bolts of lightning continuously descended. These two terrifying energies clashed with each other, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void one after another. This scene was too frightening. Even the 5 Elements sect martial artists who were fighting in the distance had a drastic change in expression. Zhao Tianxie was also paying close attention with a solemn expression. Li Wei's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent's sword chi to be so sharp, even surpassing his fist of metal. He couldn't believe it. One had to know that he was very confident in his fist of metal. It was a fist technique with extremely terrifying spiritual energy. Once it was used, it could even kill an ordinary 6-star king. But now, it was unable to shatter his opponent's sword chi. Damn it, I don't believe it. Break for me. Li Wei roared crazily, and the golden light on his body shone even brighter. Suddenly, golden fists appeared in the void one after another. They carried extremely terrifying energy and fiercely blasted towards Lin Xian. The violent energy shook violently, shattering everything in the surroundings. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the sword qi on his body became even sharper. 108,000 swords, each extremely terrifying. They were like real dragons roaring in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space was completely pierced by the terrifying sword qi. Boom. Li Wei's expression changed drastically. He felt incomparable pain all over his body, as if a mountain had crashed into him. He kept retreating. With every step he took, a huge crack would appear on the ground. After retreating for more than 10 steps, the entire ground was completely cracked by him. There were even a few sword scars on his body. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian stood tall and straight. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was unscathed. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianxie and the other 5 Elements sect disciples in the distance all changed their expressions. They did not expect Li Wei to be at a disadvantage in this battle. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that Li Wei was a genius martial artist of their 5 Elements sect. He had even killed a 6-star king. His strength could be said to be extremely terrifying. But they did not expect him to be suppressed now. Li Wei's expression was even more ferocious. Damn it, impossible! How can his sword qi be so powerful? It can actually break my metal element fist. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I have to say that the 5 Elements fist is indeed extremely powerful. It's a type of ultimate technique that can pierce through heaven and earth. But it's a pity that you haven't mastered it. So, you'll definitely lose this battle. Impudent. Damn brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can win just because you've suppressed me. Let me tell you, I still have an ultimate move. Li Wei roared angrily. His opponent actually said that he had not mastered the 5 Elements fist. This was really infuriating. In the next moment, he used the 5 Elements fist again and attacked wildly. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm directly enveloped his opponent. Thousands of terrifying sword qi crisscrossed. It turned into a silver river and blasted his opponent's body. Not long after, Li Wei's body was sent flying again, crashing into a distant mountain. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there were many sword wounds on his body. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. Damn brat, just you wait. Li Wei gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. But this time, he did not attack. Instead, he turned around and fled into the distance. At the same time, he also sent a voice transmission to Zhao Tianxie, asking him to leave with him. Zhao Tianxie's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect Li Wei to run away. However, he also quickly retreated, because now he was no match for Lin Xian. The two of them fled quickly. At the same time, they attacked wildly and shattered the array set up by the dark red divine dragon. Together with the remaining 4 disciples of the 5 Elements sect, they fled into the distance. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. Then he moved and quickly chased after them. The dark red divine dragon also laughed strangely. He waved his dragon force and followed. Ha, little girl, now you know how powerful I am. If you obediently become my human pets, I might be in a good mood and let you go. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Chapter 1737. Be obedient and be my human pets, and maybe I'll let you go if I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, you're dead. He yelled and screamed like an old monster. When Zhao Tianxie heard this, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Her legs went soft and she almost fell. Damn you, snake! I'll catch you and tear you to pieces. Zhao Tianxie roared madly, but he did not dare to stay. In the next moment, they entered a dense forest and disappeared. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. However, he found that this forest was too strange. He could not accurately capture the other party's tracks. This primeval forest was very mysterious, and there was even a faint purple mist surrounding it. Not only did the mist block one's vision, but it also interfered with one's soul power. Therefore, after entering this forest, Li Wei and the others had completely disappeared. Lin Xian frowned, but he still followed. He had to get rid of Zhao Tianxie today. Otherwise, who knew how many more enemies she would bring to him in the future? Therefore, he and the dark red dragon walked inside. At first, he found some monsters nearby. He even witnessed a battle with his own eyes. A 20-meter-long crocodile with a murderous aura was hiding in the swamp. It suddenly dragged a white jade elephant into the swamp. The white jade elephant struggled madly, causing the ground to tremble, but it could not break free. Soon, the violent tremors disappeared. The white jade elephant was killed, and its blood dyed the ground red. This set off the danger of this forest even more. Suddenly, a crocodile stretched out from the ground and bit at Lin Xian. The situation was exactly the same as before. Lin Xian snorted. He was not the white jade elephant. He would not be dragged into the swamp. His right leg kicked out like a coiling dragon. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, and even the ground shook. The mutated crocodile was kicked away. Seeing this, the surrounding crocodiles that wanted to attack suddenly stopped. It seemed that the human in front of them was not to be trifled with. They had plenty of food if they wanted, so there was no need to get into trouble. Therefore, these crocodiles all walked away. Lin Xian coldly snorted and set off again. Gradually, he frowned because he realized that the purple mist around him was getting thicker and thicker. Even the air seemed to have a corrosive quality. With a wave of his hand, streams of sword qi revolved around his body, resisting the corrosion. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's dragon blood also surged, and a layer of red light rose from its body. Kid, be careful. The yin qi here is heavy. I'm afraid there are some undead creatures here. Lin Xian nodded with a solemn expression. This was not the first time he had seen such a place. Back in Feng Mountain, he had seen a similar environment. In such an environment, it was most likely for those kinds of undead creatures to appear. For example, zombies and skeletons. I'm afraid there will be some here as well. After all, there were killings every day in this primeval forest. There were corpses of demonic beasts everywhere. In addition, in this environment, it would be strange if there were no zombies or skeletons. Sure enough, as he walked forward, he found a pile of white bones floating in front of him. The small ones were 3 to 4 meters long, and the big ones were 20 to 30 meters long. These white bones were scattered on the ground casually, and from the looks of it, they had been there for quite some time. Lin Xian stepped on them, and immediately, the white bones turned into a pile of white powder and merged into the swamp. Gradually, the surroundings darkened. The dark red divine dragon shrunk its neck. Kid, let's leave. This place is dark. I'm afraid there will be changes at night. Moreover, those people from the 5 Elements sect have entered here. I'm afraid they might not be able to leave. All right. Lin Xian nodded. He also felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. Therefore, he did not want to stay in such a place for too long. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from afar, followed by a low voice. There was a battle. Lin Xian frowned, but the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. Judging by this voice, it should be a human. Could it be those people from the 5 Elements sect? Let's go take a look. Originally, the two of them had already left, but they did not expect to find new clues. Anyway, that distance was not far for them, so they might as well go and take a look. If it was really the people from the 5 Elements sect, then they would take care of them. In the next moment, the two of them moved happily and ran forward. Sure enough, it was the people from the 5 Elements sect in front of them. What they were fighting was a group of white bone creatures. Those white bone creatures had strange shapes, but without exception, they were all made of bones. Although they were white bone creatures, their speed was extremely fast. They were like white lightning, constantly attacking the people from the 5 Elements sect. The people from the 5 Elements sect roared and counterattacked, colliding with the other party's attack, making a low sound. Pumph. In front, Li Wei's face was gloomy. He roared and the five elements' fist rushed out quickly. Monstrous flames appeared, illuminating the sky. A fiery red fist fiercely blasted forward, sending a group of white bone creatures flying. Furthermore, the power of the flames they carried with them was burning them. On the other side, Zhao Tianxie also waved his finger, and a silver light pierced through the void like a demon god spear. It pierced through those white bone creatures. With the help of these two experts, the group of white bone creatures was quickly defeated. However, they were not happy because the surrounding swamp fluctuated again. 6 figures crawled out from the ground again. This time, it was no longer white bone creatures, but zombies. The 6 zombies were incomparably tall. Their faces were ferocious, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. The clothes on their bodies were very old and tattered. As soon as the 6 zombies appeared, they roared and pounced crazily at the people from the Five Elements sect. Scram! Li Wei roared and directly rushed out with the fist of fire, sending one of the zombies flying. However, what was shocking was that the zombie that was sent flying stood up again, and the clothes on its body were even more tattered. However, it did not suffer any damage. What? How is this possible? The people from the Five Elements sect were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was the fist of fire. It was so terrifying that even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the zombie in front of them was unharmed. This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Zhao Tianxie also roared. The silver light turned into sharp saber lights and slashed the surrounding zombies, making clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions and the void shook, but it did not have much effect. The silver light only left shallow white marks on the zombies' bodies. It could not penetrate them at all. Damn it, how can this be? Chapter 1738. Damn it, how could this be? I can't pierce through them? Impossible, how can they be so powerful? Everyone's faces were ugly. They discovered that these 6 zombies were much more terrifying than the skeletal creatures from before. The other party's attacks were not particularly fierce, and their speed was not particularly fast either. However, that defense was simply too strong. It was as if their bones were made of divine gold and iron, and they were not damaged at all. Therefore, the people of the Five Elements sect were so angry that they roared crazily. To be honest, Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark and observing, was also extremely shocked. He had experienced the power of the Fist of Fire before. That valiant power shocked him to the core. Moreover, he knew that even a 6-star king might not be able to resist it. However, these zombies were not injured at all. It was indeed shocking. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. That was because he had already decided to attack. In front of him, the people of the Five Elements sect were fighting with the 6 zombies. The commotion was extremely terrifying. However, suddenly, Li Wei frowned because his heart was beating wildly as if he had a bad premonition. In the next moment, his figure retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, the void where he was originally standing was directly cut open, and a black crack appeared. Terrifying killing intent spread out in all directions as if ice had arrived. He actually dodged it. Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and appeared. To be honest, he was also extremely surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. Damn brat, it's actually you. When Li Wei saw the other party, his expression immediately became extremely ugly. He did not expect the other party to still chase after him. Moreover, he chose this moment to attack. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough just now. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by now. Even so, his expression was still very ugly. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Originally, he was already having a headache because of the 6 zombies. Now that the other party was here, he could shift the trouble away. He would let the detestable thief in front of him fight with the 6 zombies. Meanwhile, they could calmly retreat. However, he soon realized that his idea would not work at all. That was because the other party's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it made his heart skip a beat. Therefore, not only did he not shift the blame, He even had to endure the combined attacks of the zombies and Lin Xian. For a moment, his situation became even more dangerous. A wisp of sword light like autumn water, incomparably sharp, directly slashed down from the sky. Seeing this, Li Wei quickly retreated, wanting to retreat. However, at the same time, two sword gods appeared behind him and quickly attacked. In addition, he was surrounded by zombies, so he couldn't escape at all. He could only take it head-on. However, he still underestimated these two sword god phantoms. At this moment, the two sword god phantoms were incomparably sharp. They were like two heavenly blades that directly injured Li Wei. Immediately, blood spurted out. Li Wei roared madly as his entire body slowed down. However, at this moment, the three zombies in front of him smelled the fresh blood and rushed over in a frenzy. 6 terrifying palms ruthlessly slapped Li Wei's body. Pung ping pung! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and Li Wei's body was once again sent flying, smashing into the ground, creating an incomparably terrifying crater. Senior brother! Seeing this scene, the remaining 5 Elements sect disciples hurriedly ran over. On the other hand, Zhao Tianxia's face was gloomy. In the end, her eyes flickered as she gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. Her body turned into a silver light and fled into the distance. She didn't care about the 5 Elements sect anymore. Seeing this scene, Li Wei was so angry that he vomited blood. His already heavily injured body became even more serious. He didn't expect Zhao Tianxia to flee at the last minute. He couldn't believe it. Originally, he didn't have any enmity with Lin Xian. He only wanted to kill Lin Xian to win Zhao Tianxia's favor. However, he didn't expect Zhao Tianxia to flee. He couldn't believe it at all. Ignorant fellow. You don't even know that you've been used. Lin Xian snorted coldly. At the same time, he ordered the Dark Flood Dragon God to chase after Zhao Tianxia. As for himself, he was keeping an eye on the 5 Elements sect disciples. On the other side, Li Wei's expression was very ugly. He swallowed a few pills and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, with the help of a few people, he kept fighting. This was because the surrounding zombies were attacking again. As he dodged, Li Wei yelled crazily, "Stop, stop fighting. I have no enmity with you. Previously I was possessed. I actually believed that bitch's words and became your enemy. Now that I know what kind of person that be ***, I won't be your enemy anymore. Why don't we stop here and shake hands and make peace? I know you have a grudge with that be ***. As long as you let us go, I promise that the 5 Elements sect will definitely help you catch that be *** and tear her into pieces." His words were very sincere, but Lin Xian could see the killing intent in his eyes. He immediately sneered. "You don't have to worry about who I have a grudge with. However, will the 5 Elements sect really help me? Don't think that I don't know what you sect disciples are thinking. I'm afraid that if I let you go today, you'll lead a group of 5 Elements sect experts to hunt me down tomorrow. I won't leave any trouble for myself. Damn it." Seeing that Lin Xian didn't believe him, Li Wei's face turned even uglier. He didn't expect that Lin Xian wouldn't let him go. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you have to think carefully. I'm a genius disciple of the 5 Elements sect. If anything happens to me, the 5 Elements sect won't let you go." Lin Xian sneered, "Why? You want to use force when you can't persuade me? Do you think that this kind of threat will work on me? Since you dare to have ideas about me, you'll have to pay the price." After saying that, Lin Xian didn't say anything else. The sword chi on his body became even sharper. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword realm flew out and completely enveloped the other party. He didn't attack directly. Instead, he coordinated with the attacks of the 6 zombies and continuously slashed out sword chi. The 6 zombies were extremely powerful and forced the 5 Elements sect to retreat. In addition, Lin Xian's sword chi put them in danger. Not long after, those people were seriously injured. 2 of them were even directly pierced by the sword chi. "Damn kid, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." At the last moment, Li Wei roared crazily. He burned his spiritual power without caring about the consequences. Then, 5 different elemental lights appeared around him, circling around him and enveloping him. It was obvious that he was going to risk his life. He was going to burn his spiritual power at all costs and escape from this place. However, how could Lin Xian let him go? In the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Rays of golden light shot out from his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Tao patterns. Chapter 1739. These eyes, this is... When Li Wei saw Lin Xian's golden eyes, his scalp went numb. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He was a genius of the 5 Elements sect, so he naturally knew about the heavenly secret divine eyes that had caused a huge uproar. Moreover, he had also heard of the legends of this divine eye. However, he had never imagined that he would discover such an eye technique in his opponent's eyes. This was simply too shocking. How could he have the heavenly secret divine eyes? Could he be someone from the heavenly secret race? He seemed to have discovered a shocking piece of news. But in the next moment, his body trembled as he fell into the illusion. With his current soul power, he was unable to resist the illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes. On the other side, Li Wei had a sinister expression as he resisted with all his might. However, his body was still in place. In the next moment, Lin Xian used the 9 Nether Devil Sword and a black sword chi sliced the other party in half. Buzz. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. His figure flickered as he took the other party's storage ring. Then, he pulled away from the 6 zombies and flew into the distance. The 6 zombies roared again and again, but in the end, they gave up on chasing after Lin Xian. They returned to the corpses of Li Wei and the others and quickly ate them. This scene was extremely terrifying. If someone were to see it, they would definitely scream. However, this was none of Lin Xian's business. He followed the traces of the dark red dragon and went to kill Zhao Tianxie. Compared to Li Wei, Zhao Tianxie was an even greater threat. This was because Zhao Tianxie knew that he had fought with the people of the 5 Elements sect and the All Beginnings Holy Land. If Zhao Tianxie spread this news, the All Beginnings Holy Land and the 5 Elements sect would definitely not let him off. Moreover, Zhao Tianxie's charming technique was extremely strange and could bewitch those genius cultivators. If this happened, he would have many more enemies. Therefore, he had to eliminate that witch. Not long after, Lin Xian met up with the dark red dragon. Unfortunately, he did not see Zhao Tianxie's figure. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked. "That damned girl. She's too strange. I can't believe she got away." The dark red divine dragon was furious. "He ran away?" Lin Xian was shocked as well. He was well aware of the dark red divine dragon's methods. It was extremely terrifying. Even if it was tracking a powerful being, it would still be able to chase after it. But now, he actually managed to escape. One had to admit that Zhao Tianxie was too strange and mysterious. That girl's bloodline is very special, and her regenerative ability is very strong. I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch her. The dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. After that, the two of them searched the area again and found that the other party had completely disappeared. Therefore, the two of them could only retreat decisively. Since they couldn't find him, they didn't want to stay here any longer. That was because there were zombies and skeletons all around. If they weren't careful, a fight would break out. The two of them quickly left the area and found a safe place to hide. The next day, when the sun rose, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon came out again. They realized that after walking around for a while, they had actually arrived near the Golden Beach. However, the beach here was not the same as the one he had stayed at before. Since they were here again, Lin Xian took out a demonic beast corpse from the black earth and the two of them started to roast it. The sun gradually rose, and sunlight shone over the entire sea. The water rippled, and the sunlight was so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. However, amidst the endless sunlight, a figure walked over. "Someone's here." Lin Xian and the Anhui divine dragon both had a serious expression. That was because the people who came last time were Guochuanfei and the others. After that, they had a huge battle with them. They didn't expect another person to come this time. However, they didn't know which sect this person belonged to. In front of the sea, a white figure walked on the waves. His speed was very fast. With a single step, he could cross 1,000 feet. It was as if he could shrink the ground into an inch. In a few steps, he arrived at the Golden Beach. It was a very handsome man. He was dressed in white, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He wasn't old, only in his 20s. He looked about the same age as Lin Xian. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and the vitality in his body was even more vigorous. It was as if an ancient beast was hibernating in his body. Lin Xian was shocked. The man in white in front of him was definitely extremely powerful. Even he felt a sense of trepidation. When the man in white saw Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon, he was also slightly surprised. However, his expression soon calmed down. "You two are?" the man in white asked in a deep voice. He didn't know Lin Xian at all, but he could feel how terrifying he was. That surprised him. One had to know that his background was extremely extraordinary, and his strength was extremely powerful. There were very few people who could match him in the same realm. However, he didn't expect to meet someone who was about the same age as him, and whose strength was unfathomable. Therefore, he was very curious. "I'm Long Xian. I'm a rogue cultivator," Lin Xian said. Now that he was wanted by the Wavering Light Sacred Land, he naturally wouldn't use his real name. "Long Xian?" the man in white whispered as if he was trying to recall the name. However, he realized that he had never heard of him. However, that didn't mean that he would underestimate him. "I'm Yi Wudao," the man in white said in a deep voice. "Yi Wudao? What a domineering name." Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that this man was indeed surprising. Compared to Guochuanfei and the others, he was much stronger. Although he hadn't seen his true strength, Lin Xian was certain. Beside him, the Crimson Divine Dragon was also shocked. He was shocked that this man's surname was Yi. The surname Yi wasn't an ordinary surname in the Eastern Wilderness. This was because there was a clan of the Ancients in the Eastern Wilderness. It was the clan of the Ancients. However, he didn't know if this Yi Wudao was a disciple of a clan of the Ancients. "Brother Dragon," Leaf Dao Denier said, "is there anything strange about this continent?" He had just arrived, so he naturally wanted to ask about it. Lin Xian saw that Yi Wudao didn't have any killing intent towards him, and he didn't put on airs either. Therefore, he roughly explained the situation here. He had too many enemies now, and he needed some companions. And this Yi Wudao in front of him seemed to be a good person. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to get closer to him. As the two of them were talking, a few figures flew over from the sea in the distance. These figures had powerful auras, and they were very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive on the beach. After they arrived on the beach, they began to look around. When they saw the man in white, their expressions changed. They didn't expect him to be here. Chapter 1740. However, what shocked them even more was that the white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, was actually standing side by side with someone else. Who is that person? He's actually standing together with Yi Wudao? For a time, those people were shocked as they looked at Lin Xian. But then, they became even more confused. This was because they didn't recognize this person at all. Moreover, they had never heard of this person in the various peak powers. Perhaps he was a genius disciple that those peak powers had secretly raised. These people thought to themselves, because in their opinion, anyone who could stand together with Yi Wudao definitely wasn't immortal. While these people were sizing up Lin Xian was also sizing them up, because he discovered that these people were indeed abnormally strong. Every one of them seemed stronger than people like Li Wei and Guochuanfei. Moreover, these people didn't seem very old. They were in their 20s, and the oldest was in their 30s. They were all from the younger generation. There was no need to think about it. These were all geniuses from peerless sects and peerless holy lands. This refreshed Lin Xian's opinion of these peak powers. He originally thought that people like Guochuanfei and Li Wei would be considered decent geniuses in these peak powers. But now, it seemed that he was far from correct. Every single person here was stronger than Guochuanfu and Li Wei. Perhaps those two people from before were only ordinary disciples in their peerless holy lands. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. In the next moment, Lin Xian exclaimed in admiration. What a beautiful woman. That's right, there was a beautiful voice among the people who had arrived. Her beautiful face wasn't the least bit inferior to Murong Qingqing's. She was definitely an unrivaled beauty. At this time, the people in front of him also quickly greeted him. Brother Yi, I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Wudao nodded. Then he explained to Lin Xian, do you see that beautiful woman? She's a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lu Mingyue. She has a very high chance of becoming the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. Lu Mingyue, Holy Daughter candidate. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also shocked. Firstly, he did not expect the woman in front of him to be so powerful that she was qualified to be the saintess. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the other party was actually someone from the All Beginnings Holy Land. One had to know that not long ago he had killed Guochuanfei and several other martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He hadn't expected to run into people from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If news of him leaked out, there would be a battle between the two sides. Other than Lu Mingyue, the others were also very powerful. One of them was even more eye-catching because he was too tall. It was a full 3 meters. The muscles on his body coiled like a dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a humanoid beast, terrifying to the extreme. According to Yi Wudao's introduction, Lin Xian knew that this powerful youth was a martial artist from the 4 Symbols Holy Lands. His strength was boundless and incomparably terrifying. The other 2 were also disciples of great sections. Among them was a pale-faced youth. When he saw the vast primeval forest in front of him, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful forest. It seems that this place is indeed suitable for me. Lin Xian was stunned. He did not know why the other party said that. However, in the next instant he understood. That was because he saw the pale-faced youth walking forward. Soon after, the tall trees in front of him started to tremble. Many branches and vines came to life at this moment, and all of them quickly extended towards the pale-faced young man. In fact, wherever the youth walked, grass would grow on the ground. There were also unknown flowers. What kind of technique is this? Lin Xian was shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. His name is Yan Qing. His domain is the thorn flower domain. It's very special. It belongs to the plant system and can get close to the natural forest. The white-clothed youth, Yi Wudao, explained in a deep voice. So that's how it is. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. He had to admit that these people were too mystical. The pale-faced youth, Yan Qing, looked around and said with a smile, it seems that we aren't too late. There aren't many people in the forest. Indeed. Yi Wudao nodded, however, it won't be long before more experts come here. On the other side, Lu Mingyue said in a sweet voice, it's easy to come here, but it won't be so easy to leave. I didn't expect there to be indigenous people here. That's a big problem. Lu Mingyue was not only beautiful, but her voice was also very pleasant. Everyone frowned when they heard her words. Indeed, there were indigenous people here. They could be said to be a potential threat, because they did not know when they would make a move. Moreover, they still did not understand how to leave this special mystic world. Boom. However, at that moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the sea in the distance. Then, a wave of air exploded and boundless waves slapped in all directions. One of the waves was 1,000 feet tall. It rushed toward Lin Xian's side, as if it wanted to devour them. The 3-meter-tall youth, Ouyang Feng, snorted and waved his fist. The terrifying power directly shattered the horrifying waves. However, the others frowned because they did not understand what was going on. But soon, their eyes widened. Even Yi Wudao, Lin Xian, and the others felt their scalps go numb, because they discovered that there was a battle in front of them. Above the sea in the distance, a fierce battle was going on at this moment. One side of the battle was a human powerhouse. They did not know which sect he was from, but the aura he emitted was abnormally terrifying. His opponent, on the other hand, was a terrifying black octopus. Its body was huge, like a small island, and it emitted an incomparably terrifying demonic aura. The battle between the two was abnormally fierce. Seeing this black octopus, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly, because he had encountered this opponent before. However, he had dodged it quickly. But he did not expect that there would be someone who dared to fight the black octopus. Because from the feeling he had at that time, this black octopus was very terrifying. It was probably at the level of an almighty human. Ordinary martial artists were not its opponent at all. But now, it seemed that the human powerhouse could contend with it. Could it be that an almighty has made a move? The pale blue youth's eyes flickered. It was indeed an almighty. Lu Mingyue's expression was also solemn. But soon she frowned. But this power doesn't seem right. Something was wrong, something was indeed wrong. Not only her, but everyone had noticed it. Chapter 1741. What's going on? Is he hiding his strength? That can't be. That black octopus is extremely terrifying. It's also at the level of an almighty. He wouldn't be so careless. Indeed, the black octopus was extremely terrifying. As it waved its 8 tentacles, they brought with them a terrifying light as they ruthlessly bombarded the human. As for the human almighty, he kept dodging. However, the power he released did not seem to be at the level of an almighty. In fact, he did not even use some of the almighty's techniques. What was going on? Everyone frowned. They did not understand what the other party was doing. Based on the current situation, the human almighty was extremely dangerous. Sure enough, after a few hundred moves, the human almighty was struck by a huge tentacle, and his body was directly smashed into the sea. Not only that, but the black octopus also roared. A black ball of light formed above its head, and it ruthlessly blasted into the sea. Boom! The ball of light was too terrifying. It directly blasted the entire sea into overturning. The aftermath of the energy caused Lin Xian Yi Wudao and the others to hurriedly raise their energy defenses to resist it. After all, this was the energy of an almighty, and they were unable to resist it. However, the aftermath could still be blocked. After a long time, the entire sea returned to normal. In the distance, blood flowed along the sea, and soon, a corpse floated up. What? He was killed? How could this be? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A dignified human mighty figure had actually been killed. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that that was a human almighty. It was extremely terrifying. Even if he could not defeat the black octopus, escaping would not be a problem. However, he had been killed by the black octopus. Moreover, what puzzled them was that the human almighty had not displayed any heaven-defying techniques from the beginning to the end. That was why he was killed. What's going on? Could it be that the almighty was seriously injured? Is that why he couldn't use his full strength? Lu Mingyue frowned. The group of people was very puzzled, but the dark red dragon's expression was extremely unsightly. What's wrong, ruffian dragon? Lin Xian asked. That almighty was not injured, the dark red dragon said in a deep voice. However, his strength has not reached the almighty realm. There might be a possibility. What possibility? Even Leaf Daodenier and the others were curious. His cultivation has been suppressed, said the dark red dragon. The oblique moon profound world is a world of its own, and its laws are different from the outside world. Here, we can't easily mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy. In other words, the rules here are very disadvantageous to outsiders like us. If that's the case, it wouldn't be difficult for the Almighty's cultivation to be suppressed. After all, it contained the power of the laws. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that the cultivation level of an almighty being was being suppressed was simply too shocking. However, what the Crimson Divine Dragon said was reasonable. They were not ordinary warriors. They were all top geniuses of various major forces. They were experienced and knowledgeable. Thus, they believed those words in their hearts. If this was true, then it was definitely very bad news. Because in this way, their advantage would be gone. The clan of the remote antiquity, the peerless sacred grounds and other forces in the eastern barren territory had all sent grand overlords. But now, if their cultivation was suppressed, the situation would be very unfavorable for them if they encountered the natives. For example, The giant octopus from before was able to kill an almighty. Thinking of this, their faces turned gloomy. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was ecstatic. The cultivation level of an almighty being suppressed might not be good news for those major forces, but it was the best news for him. Because he was alone, without any sect, and there was no almighty protecting him. Originally, he was worried that it would be difficult for him to escape if he was hunted down by the almighties of the wavering light's sacred ground. But now, it seemed that these things were no longer a problem. The cultivation level of an almighty being was suppressed. No matter how powerful they were, Lin Xian could still escape if he could not defeat them. Moreover, there were many monsters in this primitive forest. As long as he made use of them, it would not be a problem for him to kill an almighty. Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement. Wavering light sacred ground, how dare you put me on the wanted list for so long? You'd better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll definitely give you a huge gift. Lin Xian snorted coldly in his heart. Since they were aware of this situation, they had to make preparations in advance and inform the other members of their sect as soon as possible. Therefore, Lu Mingyue and the other three said, "Brother Yi, we're leaving this place. Would you like to join us?" Hearing this, Yi Wudao shook his head and said, "No, I have other things to do." "All right, then we'll part ways here." Lu Mingyue smiled sweetly. Then, the four of them moved and left this place. During this process, they did not invite Lin Xian. In their opinion, although Lin Xian was mysterious, he was not qualified to be with them. Regarding this, Lin Xian remained calm. After all, even if the other party invited him, he would still refuse. He could not walk together with the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Then Yi Wudao also left. For a time, only Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were left on the beach. However, the two of them moved quickly. Their goal was the dragon crystal in this primitive forest. After killing Li Wei, Guo Chuanfei, and the others, Lin Xian believed that apart from those powerful monstrous beasts, there was no one else in this forest that could be his match. But now, it seemed that things had changed. The cultivators that had rushed over were too powerful. For example, Yi Wudao, Lu Mingyue, and the others were all extremely terrifying. They far surpassed the cultivators that had come before. This posed an enormous threat to him. Therefore, he had to find the dragon crystal and increase his cultivation. Only then would he be able to survive in this forest. Therefore, they entered the forest again. However, after walking for a while, the little snow-white monkey suddenly jumped out. It grabbed Lin Xian's hair and started chirping nonstop. Its little paws kept gesturing as if it wanted to bring him to a certain place. "Where are we going?" Lin Xian asked. Then he followed the little monkey into the forest. But not long after, Lin Xian's face darkened. He discovered that the little monkey had brought him to the lair of a monstrous beast king. Moreover, it was not an ordinary monstrous beast king. It was the incomparably ferocious six-armed ape from before. The dark red dragon felt his scalp go numb. He said in a low voice, "Damned brat, are you trying to get us killed? Why did you lead us here?" His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. Chapter 1742. If the six-armed beast woke up and discovered them, it would be difficult for them to escape. The little white monkey waved its paws, and its eyes seemed to say that it was very safe here. Lin Xian was very suspicious. He carefully probed with his soul power and found that the six-armed abyss in front of them seemed to have fallen into a very strange state. It probably wouldn't wake up for a while. Should we go and take a look? Anyway, he had mastered the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was terrifying. Even if there was danger, he should be able to escape. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go and take a look. After all, if the little white monkey was so concerned about it, it was probably a rare treasure. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon discussed for a while, and then carefully walked forward. In front of them, the six-armed divine ape was like a small golden mountain, crawling there. Although it was in a strange state of sleep, the demonic aura emanating from its body was still terrifying. It made them all feel a sense of trepidation. Not only that, Lin Xian walked closer and found that there were a few terrifying cracks on the six-armed divine ape's back. It must have been injured by the ninth heaven divine thunder that day. It was probably sleeping now because of the injuries on its body. If that was the case, Lin Xian and the others would be much safer. In front of them, the little white monkey was jumping up and down on the six-armed divine ape. This scene almost made the dark red dragon's jaw drop. He quickly pulled the little white monkey over and scolded it. He was afraid that the six-armed divine ape would wake up. However, he was relieved that the other party was not awake yet. The little white monkey stopped fooling around. It pointed forward and motioned for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon to go over. Then, it took the lead and ran over. Could it be that there's really a treasure? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly went over. Then they were stunned. This was because they found that there was a five-colored stone in front of them. The five-colored stone was the size of a palm, and it stood in front of them. It was surrounded by a five-colored radiance, and it emitted waves of spirit qi. When Lin Xian saw it, he was also stunned. "Ruffian dragon, what's that?" he asked in bewilderment. "I don't know." The dark red dragon shook its head. He was experienced and knowledgeable, but he still didn't know what the five-colored stone in front of him was. Because that stone was simply too strange. Judging from the brilliance, it seemed to be a treasure. However, the faint aura it gave off seemed to be something that had existed for a very long time. It gave people a very contradictory feeling. In the next moment, the dark red divine dragon waved its claws, trying to grab the five-colored stone. But soon he was stunned, because he realized that he couldn't pull it out at all. That five-colored stone seemed to be connected to the earth. It was abnormally hard. "Fuck, did I see a ghost?" The dark red divine dragon refused to believe it. It circulated its strength again and pulled up quickly. However, he couldn't shake it at all. "Fuck, this is really weird. I can't pull it out." The dark red divine dragon frowned in anger. Seeing that the other party was about to attack again, Lin Xian stopped him. "Ruffian Long, don't act recklessly. If this treasure is damaged by you, it would be terrible. Let me try." After saying that, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. A palm of light appeared and carefully enveloped the five-colored stone. Then he used his strength to pull it out. The result was the same. He still couldn't pull it out. "This is really weird." Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't dare to use his full strength for fear that he would alarm the six-armed divine ape next to him. However, judging from the strength he had exerted, even if it was a mountain, he would be able to pull it out. But now, he couldn't pull out a stone the size of a palm. It was really too weird. However, the little white monkey squinted its big eyes, which were like crescent moons. It quickly ran to the five-colored stone, stretched out its furry little paws, and hugged it in its arms. Plop. With a gentle hug, the little white monkey pulled out the five-colored stone. "What? That works?" The dark red divine dragon widened its eyes. It couldn't believe what it was seeing. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He couldn't pull it out even after using so much strength. However, the little white monkey pulled it out with a gentle hug. This was too weird. The dark red divine dragon held its chin and thought for a long time before speaking. "This thing is definitely a treasure. Legend has it that the legendary item can choose its owner. It seems that the two of us are unlucky to not be chosen by the legendary item." Lin Xian was also confused. "You're saying that the two of us can't pull out the five-colored stone because we're not fated with that treasure? And Little White was chosen? That should be the case." The dark red divine dragon sighed. "Damn that little guy. His luck is too good to be able to obtain such a legendary item." Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Although he didn't obtain it, it wasn't bad to give it to the little white monkey. After all, Little White was his partner. Since they had obtained the five-colored stone, Lin Xian and the other two didn't dare to stay here any longer. They quickly moved and ran into the distance. This time, they climbed over more than 10 mountains in a row. After putting enough distance between them, they stopped. They had no choice. This item was beside the six-armed divine ape. Who knew if it belonged to the other party? If the other party woke up and realized that the legendary item was gone, it would definitely go berserk. They couldn't fight against that kind of monster king. Therefore, they could only run as far as they could. In a safe forest, Lin Xian and the other two stopped. Then, the little white monkey jumped on the ground, still hugging the 5-colored stone in its arms. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also observed carefully. They didn't take a closer look before. They only felt that the 5-colored stone was extraordinary. Now that they took a closer look, it was indeed so. The 5-colored stone was the size of a palm, almost as tall as the little white monkey. There were 5 different colors on it, emitting a bright light. It was like a divine light that contained a lot of power. Lin Xian even noticed that wherever the 5-colored stone was, the surrounding spiritual qi would involuntarily gather towards it. Could it be that the 5-colored stone can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Lin Xian was shocked. The snow-white little monkey hugged the 5-colored divine stone and was as happy as a child. It took a deep breath. A 5-colored light appeared on the 5-colored stone, then entered the little white fox's body. Soon, little white's body was suffused with a faint 5-colored light. It was incomparably sacred. Damn! At the side, the dark red divine dragon was very envious. Its saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. In the next moment, it also took a deep breath. Suddenly, a 5-colored light rushed out and entered the dark red divine dragon's body. Damn, no way! I can absorb it too? The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Lin Xian tried and found that he could absorb it too. This made him very happy. However, he found that after they absorbed it, the 5-colored stone's light became much dimmer. Chapter 1743. Damn, are you kidding me? There's no more energy? The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched. After waiting for a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was because he realized that the 5-colored sacred stone was gradually regaining its luster. The stone could automatically replenish its energy. The dark red divine dragon opened his mouth wide. It was indeed a heaven-defying treasure. Lin Xian was also shocked. Judging from the energy absorbed just now, it was no less than the energy of the dragon crystal. More importantly, the 5-colored sacred stone could replenish its own energy. It was equivalent to an unlimited dragon crystal. However, the only drawback was that the 5-colored sacred stone did not contain much energy at the moment. It would take some time to absorb it. No. The little white monkey was also playing with the 5-colored sacred stone in his hand. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to think that the stone was too big for him to carry. However, the stone seemed to be very intelligent. It could understand little white's meaning. Hence, under the shocked gazes of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, the 5-colored sacred stone gradually became smaller. However, the light on it became even more dazzling. In the end, it became like a jelly bean and was swallowed by the little white monkey. Damn, no way! Damn monkey, you ate it? That's a treasure! The little white monkey looked at him in disdain. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out the 5-colored sacred stone again. Not only that, but the 5-colored sacred stone was even more intelligent this time. Under little white's furry claws, it kept changing into various forms. Swords, spears, staffs, capes, cloaks, clothes, helmets. In short, it could change into various forms. This change made the little white monkey very excited. The dark red divine dragon was also curious. He took it and tried it. In the end, he realized that he could not make the 5-colored sacred stone do that. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. It seemed that the 5-colored stone was indeed born to belong to the little white monkey. Just as the few of them were studying the 5-colored sacred stone, an angry roar came from afar. That voice was too terrifying. It contained infinite anger. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were shattered. On top of that, the ground began to tremble violently. In fact, a few of the mountain peaks even exploded. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Xian and the Crimson Mystical Dragon felt their scalps tingle. They knew that the 6-armed mystical ape had awakened. The 6-armed divine ape had indeed woken up. However, the moment it woke up, it was incomparably furious. This was because he realized that the five-colored divine stone beside him had disappeared without a trace. This made him extremely furious. So in the next moment, he immediately went berserk. The six-armed godly ape was an extremely terrifying demon king with heaven-defying strength. Its rampage caused the entire primeval forest to fall into chaos. That terrifying body swept in all directions. The demonic aura on his body soared into the sky, forming a golden demonic cloud that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The nearby demonic beasts were all affected and fled madly. Even a few human ancient martial art practitioners were affected by it. The six arms waved and grabbed the nearby mountain peaks, uprooting them. Not only that, the six-armed divine ape did not find the whereabouts of the five-colored divine stone after searching the surroundings. Thus, he began to run towards the distance. The earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon felt their scalps go numb. They hurriedly brought the little white monkey away. However, the little white monkey was not afraid. It shrank the five-colored divine stone again and swallowed it directly into its mouth, cutting off the connection between the five-colored divine stone and the outside world. As expected, the six-armed divine ape could no longer find the right direction. It could only destroy everything in its surroundings. Only when the six-armed divine ape left and Lin Xian and the rest were safe did the three of them heave a sigh of relief. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up a spirit-gathering array. The little white monkey stood in the spirit-gathering array with the five-colored divine stone in its arms. In the next moment, the five-colored divine stone shone brightly. Lin Xian and the rest absorbed the five-colored energy together. The energy was too pure and rich. Lin Xian's longevity incantation was circulating crazily in his body, absorbing the energy of the lotus with all his might. 5 days later, a low vibration suddenly came from Lin Xian's body. It was as if a muffled thunder had exploded. Then, a terrifying energy surged from his body. Boom! Sword Qi soared into the sky. It was incomparably sharp. It slashed through the void and disappeared into the clouds above. In the next moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in his eyes. There were even mysterious runes appearing. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. I broke through. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Finally, he had successfully broken through to the 4-star king realm. Compared to before, his cultivation and strength had increased tremendously once again. Feeling the powerful great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian revealed a satisfied smile. Now, even if he encountered Lu Mingyue or other genius martial artists, he would not be afraid. Moreover, with the five-colored divine stone in his hand, his strength would continue to increase. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their journey. Half a day later, a valley appeared in front of them. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and the spirit qi was very dense. The valley was filled with fresh flowers, birds, and beasts. It was like a paradise on earth. Not only that, Lin Xian saw two familiar faces in the valley. Lu Mingyue and the pale-faced young man, Yan Qing. Lu Mingyue was in a blue dress. Her slender figure was very agile and elegant. Her peerless face was like a dream. Beside her, Yan Qing's face was pale. There was a strange glow on his body. It was as if he could dominate the entire forest. In the next moment, the two of them turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then they frowned. "Why did you come here?" Lu Mingyue asked, her voice carrying a trace of coldness. "I passed by on the way. I didn't expect you to be here too." Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. He saw the other party's expression and became vigilant. He thought that the other party knew that Guo Chuanfei and the others had been killed. In front of him, Lu Mingyue's clothes fluttered like a fairy. Her eyes were filled with arrogance. She looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Leave. This is not a place where you can come. There are some things that you can't touch." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The other party's attitude made him very unhappy. However, at the same time, he also relaxed, because he realized that it wasn't about Guo Chuanfei. Instead, the other party seemed to have discovered something and didn't want others to enter the valley. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He didn't want to be entangled with the other party, so his figure flashed and he left the area, flying into the distance. Yan Qing's eyes were cold as he watched Lin Xian and the dark red dragon leave. He's lucky that he ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would definitely bury him under my thorned flower. Lu Mingyue frowned slightly and said softly, his background is a little mysterious. He actually knows Yi Wudao. But fortunately, he was tactful and didn't force his way into the valley. Otherwise, we would have to attack him. In the next moment, the two of them retracted their gazes and ignored Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the valley. Chapter 1744. Soon, the two unleashed their powerful soul powers and began searching the valley. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left the valley. Brat, those two were too arrogant. Why didn't you attack them? The dark red dragon snorted angrily. The other party's arrogant attitude made it very unhappy. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry. There's no need to fight them now. At least we need to figure out what they're looking for. This primeval forest was too mysterious. He had once found a dragon crystal and a 5-colored divine stone here. Presumably, other cultivators would also have made great discoveries and found heaven-defying treasures. This wasn't strange at all. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Xian found traces of other cultivators. He even found many scenes of battle along the way. Obviously, someone had attacked. Ahead, blood and several corpses were scattered. It seemed that the battle was very fierce, but those people had already left and seemed to be rushing forward. What were they looking for? Even the dark red dragon was very curious. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked to the left. He realized that there was a strange energy fluctuation there. Someone was rushing over at a fast speed. In the next moment, he was surprised. Because there was someone rushing over, and not only that, he was very familiar with that person. It was Yi Wudao, whom he had seen before. Yi Wudao was still dressed in white, spotless clothes. His face was handsome, like a god of war. His whole person exuded a majestic vitality. Brother Long, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yi Wudao smiled when he saw Lin Xian. That's right, brother. I wonder what these people are looking for? Lin Xian voiced his doubts. Not long ago, someone found a spiritual old medicine. These people are desperately trying to find traces of the spiritual old medicine. Spiritual old medicine. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. As an alchemist, he knew about this spiritual old medicine. It was a very precious spirit medicine. Not only was it very old, but it also had spirituality. It could fly and escape from cultivators. It could be said that it was full of spirituality. Its effects were even more terrifying. It could increase a martial artist's power, extend their lifespan, and even bring the dead back to life. It could be said that its effects were extremely miraculous. This was definitely a rare treasure. This kind of psychic old medicine was very rare in the outside world. To think that it actually appeared in this primeval forest. That's right. Unfortunately, the appearance of this psychic medicine is going to cause a rain of blood and a foul wind. If you don't have a special need for the psychic old herb, Brother Long shouldn't get involved in this mess. Leaf Dao Denier said slowly. This was because he knew that Lin Xian was just a rogue cultivator without a sect behind him. It would be very dangerous for him to participate in such a competition. Indeed, many experts had landed in this primeval forest, causing the situation here to become very complicated. Those top sects could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under their combined strength, even a genius martial artist would be defeated. After that, Leaf Dao Denier left. But Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not expect that what these people were fighting over was actually the psychic old medicine. This was a rare divine medicine, and it was very useful to him. How could he not fight for it? Moreover, the cultivation of the almighties of the various major factions that were the greatest threat to him had already been suppressed by the rules here. With his heavenly dragon's 8 steps, that extreme speed allowed him to fight against the various major factions. At least, his safety was guaranteed. Then he and the dark red divine dragon set off. The two of them quickly set off, preparing to search for the psychic old medicine. Not long after, they heard the sound of fighting in front of them. The two of them were delighted, thinking that it must be related to the psychic old medicine. Therefore, they increased their speed. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed and discovered a few corpses in front of them. Moreover, there was an intense battle in front of them. It was a very tall figure, like a demonic beast, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. With a wave of his arm, countless gusts of wind were brought up. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. In the distance, Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he saw that figure. He was no stranger to this figure. It was the tall youth he met on the beach, Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng was a martial artist from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. Ouyang Feng's opponent was not weak either. It was a man in a black robe, with a sinister aura around him. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying cold wind blew. Blue ice pierced the bones and blasted forward rapidly. In an instant, the entire forest was frozen. Ouyang Feng's opponent was an ice-based martial artist, and the power of his ice was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze everything in the world. However, the tall demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, laughed maniacally. He waved his fist, and a terrifying force blasted the ice in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. A terrifying sound rang out, and the ice in the sky instantly cracked and fell to the ground. Not only that, the body of the black-robed youth was torn apart by a single punch. Blood gushed out, and the scene was terrifying. Seeing this scene, even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's hearts beat wildly. One had to admit that Ouyang Feng's strength was too violent. It was as if he was a human-shaped dragon. The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, sneered disdainfully after defeating his opponent. However, in the next moment he suddenly turned around. His gaze was like a cold blade as he stared at Lin Xian. "Who is it? Get out here!" He shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a powerful force that blasted toward Ouyang Feng. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain peak in the distance exploded, and Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon appeared in another place in a flash. "What? It's you!" The demonic beast youth, Ouyang Feng, was stunned when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, but his expression soon turned cold. "Kid, what are you doing here? This is not a place where you can come. Get out of here if you know what's good for you." Ouyang Feng's nerves were cold as he looked down at Lin Xian. On the other side, a figure also walked out from the forest. It was another youth, and he was also the one who appeared on the beach. He looked at Lin Xian with disdain. "Kid, you have to know your place. You're just a wandering cultivator. You don't have the qualifications to fight for the treasure. If you didn't know Yi Wudao, you would be a dead man by now." The two of them had arrogant looks on their faces, and they didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and his lips curled into a cold smile. When he met Lu Mingyue and the others in the valley, he didn't attack because he didn't know what they were fighting for. Chapter 1745. Treasures are ownerless. Anyone can look for them. If you can look for them, why can't I? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you're superior? You want to look for treasures too? You're overestimating yourself. You're just a rogue cultivator. How dare you compete with us? Looks like you don't know what's good for you. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Ouyang Feng snorted with a murderous look in his eyes. Lin Xian's face darkened. Ouyang Feng's attitude annoyed him, so he didn't answer. Instead, he raised his fist and punched at Ouyang Feng. "You're courting death." Ouyang Feng was furious. How dare Ouyang Feng attack him? In the next moment he also punched out quickly. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body and instantly filled the entire space. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, everything around him was smashed apart. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. The surrounding forest was instantly blasted into powder. The mountain peak in the distance also exploded. It turned into countless boulders and rolled to the ground. That terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle. It was a shocking scene. Everything was smashed into pieces. It couldn't withstand the aura at all. Bang! A terrifying fist broke through the air with endless energy. It condensed the power of a savage beast and blasted toward Lin Xian. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows collided in the air with a deafening sound. A terrifying storm tore through the void. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly. Sword chi surged from his body and a huge sword ray shot into the sky. What? He's a swordsman! The surrounding warriors exclaimed. Ouyang Feng was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block his punch. It was too surprising. There were also warriors watching the battle. When they saw Lin Xian block Ouyang Feng's punch, they gasped. They knew how powerful Ouyang Feng was. In this forest, he had killed many experts with one punch. It could be said that he was an extremely fearful demon king. But now, there was actually someone who could block his attack. It was simply too shocking. Dazzling sword chi swept out in all directions. At this moment, the entire space was filled with violent sword chi, quickly enveloping Ouyang Feng. It's useless. Ouyang Feng sneered. Fighting with me is the biggest mistake of your life. He roared and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist collided with the sword chi that filled the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. Clang, clang. The void trembled and the earth cracked. However, to Ouyang Feng's surprise, the sword chi that filled the sky did not crack. This was something that surprised him greatly. One had to know that his fist was extremely powerful, and it could even blast open the body of a 6-star king. But now, he was actually unable to break through his opponent's sword chi. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Even Sun Yang, who was watching from the side, was frowning. To be honest, he didn't care about Lin Xian at all before, but he didn't expect that the other party's strength would exceed their expectations. So powerful. 4 symbols, sacred grounds? You're just so. Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke. Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and walked forward step by step like a god of death. With every step he took, the aura on his body became more tyrannical. In the end, a sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. It was incomparably sharp, as if it was a heavenly sword. It was terrifying to the extreme. You're courting death. Kid, I'll let you know my true power today. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was furious. As a genius, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared angrily, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. He waved his fists, and light shone. An immemorial mammoth appeared, letting out a dull roar. That scene was too terrifying. The immemorial mammoth was like a demonic mountain. It was incomparably heavy, and its terrifying roar caused the entire forest to tremble. Then, the immemorial mammoth rushed toward Lin Xian with its fists. Bang, bang. The void could not withstand this force at all and directly cracked. Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too terrifying. However, it was impossible for them to defeat him with this amount of power. In the next moment he snorted coldly, raised his arm, and brandished the 9 darkness demonic sword. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated. Terrifying sword chi turned into a boundless galaxy, slashing forward. In an instant, black sword chi that filled the sky enveloped that immemorial mammoth. In the void, a terrifying sound was emitted. The two people's attacks exploded in the air, covering the entire space. Even those martial artists watching the battle in the surroundings had a change in expression, running toward the back like crazy. Because this explosion was seriously too terrifying. If they were swept into it, they would not be able to resist at all. Who is this person? So powerful. He could actually contend with Ouyang Feng. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, extremely shocked. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was shocked again. The fist art that he displayed just now was an ultimate skill of the 4 symbols holy lands. The immemorial mammoth fist could summon the phantom of an immemorial mammoth and use it to fight. One could say that the power was terrifying to the extreme. Even a 6-star sovereign could not trap it. And the other party's sword chi was actually blocked. This surprised him. Not only that, the swift and fierce aura that the other party's sword chi carried made him have a feeling of fear and trepidation. Who is this kid? How can he possibly possess such a sharp sword Dao aura? He seriously could not figure out how an itinerant cultivator could possibly possess such formidable power. The next moment, Ouyang Feng roared angrily and attacked again. Immemorial Mammoth Fist. In the void, the silhouettes of immemorial mammoths appeared once more. But this time there were two. The two immemorial mammoths stood indomitable, emitting terrifying power from all over their bodies. Countless light rays revolved around them as if these two immemorial mammoths could suppress everything in the world. Two immemorial mammoths? How terrifying! In the distance, the martial artists watching the battle felt their hearts beat wildly. Because just this aura alone made them tremble uncontrollably. If facing it head-on, they probably could not block a blow at all. This Ouyang Feng is too powerful to actually be able to condense two immemorial mammoths. As far as I know, each additional immemorial mammoth, the power will double. What? Double? Chapter 1746. He didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, the dragon sword domain appeared and floated around him. As soon as the dragon sword domain appeared, a terrifying sword aura shot into the sky. The sharp aura made the entire space unable to withstand it. The surrounding cultivators were even trembling, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Heavens, what a terrifying sword Dao domain! Why do I feel that young man is not weaker than Ouyang Feng at all? Yeah, this sword aura is too sharp. I've never seen it before. Who is he? On the opposite side, Ouyang Feng's pupils shrank when he saw Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. Needless to say, the other party's sharp aura made him feel threatened. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly moved. With a punch, two immemorial demonic elephants roared and rushed toward Lin Xian. Terrifying power surged, and the earth shook as if there was a huge earthquake. The two immemorial demonic elephants each had destructive power, enough to kill a six-star king. Now that two of them appeared together, the scene was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He waved the Nine Serenities demonic sword, and the dragon sword domain around him trembled quickly. Rays of dazzling sword aura swept out, protecting him. At the same time, more sword aura slashed forward. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian attacked aggressively. Every ray of sword aura was extremely sharp as if it could destroy everything. In the end, the sword aura that filled the sky intertwined and formed an azure dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on the two immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! Boom! The sky collapsed, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Pumph! At this moment, Ouyang Feng snorted and waved his fist quickly. Demonic elephant sky suppression. He roared, and the two immemorial demonic elephant phantoms roared into the sky. The light on their bodies soared into the sky, and the two immemorial demonic elephants' bodies continued to grow. They were like two immemorial stone tablets, trying to suppress the azure dragon. The immemorial demonic elephant was a very powerful demonic beast in ancient times. It was rumored to be a demonic beast that suppressed hell. At this moment, when Ouyang Feng used it, it was extremely terrifying. The two immemorial demonic elephants gradually grew bigger and covered the sky, trying to suppress the azure dragon sword aura. Suppress! Ouyang Feng roared, and the azure dragon sword aura was directly suppressed. What? He actually suppressed it. This immemorial demonic elephant is too terrifying. It can even suppress such a sharp sword energy. I'm afraid nothing in this world can stop it. When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Ouyang Feng sneered, "Kid, you're going to lose. You want to fight me with this little bit of strength? The difference is too great." Lin Xian's face darkened as he coldly snorted. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul within his body began to revolve wildly, causing the void in front of him to tremble violently. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two immemorial demonic mammoths in front of him collapsed. Boundless sword chi gushed out from below and shot up into the sky. Then, it transformed into an azure dragon that roared at the sky. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. What? He's out. When everyone saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose, but they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the Sword Chi Azure Dragon would rush out. It had to be said that it was really too surprising. Even Ouyang Feng's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. He did not expect that his two immemorial demonic mammoths would be shattered. What kind of sword chi was that? How could it be so powerful? You finished your attack. White tiger demonic tattoos appeared on his body, and it was extremely terrifying. Clang. In a shocking collision, Ouyang Feng dodged Lin Xian's attack. However, he was incomparably shocked. Ouyang Feng was too powerful, so powerful that he could not believe it. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked, but in the next moment, he snorted coldly. He put away the 9 underworld demonic sword. Ouyang Feng, martial artist of the 4 symbols sacred grounds, aren't you proud of your fist techniques? Today, I will defeat you with my fist techniques. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar, and they could not believe it. They already knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His sword chi was sharp, and with his terrifying sword techniques, he could contend with Ouyang Feng. But now, Ouyang Feng wanted to give up his advantage and use his fist techniques to contend with Ouyang Feng. Chapter 1747. Lin Xian wanted to give up his advantage and fight Ouyang Feng with his fists. Wasn't this courting death? One had to know that Ouyang Feng was most proficient in terrifying fist techniques. Ouyang Feng sneered when he heard Lin Xian's words. Stupid boy, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. To be honest, he was about to go crazy. Lin Xian dared to look down on him. He had to kill Lin Xian. On the other side, Ouyang Feng's companion, Sun Yang, sneered. What an idiot! He didn't use his sword and dared to fight Ouyang Feng with his fists? Looks like this boy is really dead. Ouyang Feng laughed wildly when he saw Lin Xian giving up his sword and competing with his fists. Then he waved his fists and used the White Tiger Divine Fist. A terrifying white tiger shadow rushed forward. Lin Xian also quickly brandished his fist technique. He did not use the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist, but another fist technique. The 5 Elements Fist. This fist was a unique skill of the 5 Elements sect. Lin Xian naturally didn't know it, but he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique that could simulate everything. Lin Xian had seen the 5 Elements Fist before and could simulate it with the Great Dragon Sword. For a moment, he used the Metal Element Fist of the 5 Elements Fists. The sky was filled with golden light. It was terrifying. The Metal Element Fist of the 5 Elements Fist was similar to the White Tiger Divine Fist. It focused on killing and was extremely fierce. Moreover, the fist contained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. When it was used, it was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the terrifying Golden Fist collided with the White Tiger Divine Fist. There were countless collisions in the air. Lin Xian's fist was too violent. The golden light was like a wave, violently slapping in all directions. However, Ouyang Feng was no weakling. The White Tiger Divine Fist was terrifying. The huge white tiger shadow, carrying terrifying energy, collided with the golden light in the sky and tore it apart. For a moment, both of them disappeared in the sky. What a fierce fist! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed in surprise. They thought that since Lin Xian had abandoned his sword, he would definitely be at a disadvantage and might even be defeated in one move. However, he didn't expect his opponent's fist technique to be so powerful. That golden light was in no way inferior to sword chi. No wonder he dared to compete with Ouyang Feng in fist techniques. Damn it, how can this kid's fist technique be so powerful? Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He did not expect his opponent's fist technique to be so terrifying. It was not any weaker than his White Tiger Divine Fist. It even made his hair stand on end. Damned brat, I don't believe you. Ouyang Feng roared and performed another fist technique. Above his fist, a terrifying light flashed, falling from the sky like a Milky Way. This scene was simply too astonishing. It was as if a true divine river from the 9 heavens was descending from the immortal palace. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and changed his fist technique again. The fist of metal became the fist of water. The boundless sea. The seawater in the sky surged and the entire space seemed to have turned into an ocean. It was densely packed and every inch of space was filled with the power of the seawater. It was hard to defend against it. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 Milky Ways that Ouyang Feng shot out were instantly drowned. Not only that, but his body also kept retreating. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes widened. They couldn't believe that Ouyang Feng was forced to retreat. Moreover, he was forced to retreat in fist techniques. This was simply too unbelievable. Ouyang Feng's face was also ugly. He couldn't believe that his opponent had defeated him in fist techniques. One had to know that he was a genius martial artist from the 4 symbols sacred ground. His strength was terrifying and it was difficult for him to find a match among those of the same level. Even the older generation figures were no match for him. However, now, someone who was obviously younger than him and was a lone cultivator had forced him to retreat. He couldn't accept this. Therefore, in the next moment he roared and performed his king's domain. This time he was going to go all out. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to continue living after being defeated by his opponent today. Ouyang Feng's king's domain was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the immemorial demonic elephants. It was extremely thick and heavy, as if it could crush the void. In an instant, the immemorial demonic elephant domain enveloped Lin Xian. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt the pressure. It was as if 100,000 mountains were mercilessly pressing down on his head, crushing his body. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a bright light. He quickly waved his fists. Terrifying power surged out, and the golden light shone even brighter. It covered the sky and covered the earth, rushing towards his opponent's entire domain. At that moment, the golden light on Lin Xian's fists turned into golden swords and were extremely sharp. Boom, boom. There was an intense collision. The golden light violently blasted on the immemorial demonic elephant domain, and the void shook violently. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared and spread into the distance. In the sky, a golden storm had formed. It was like a golden sun. Boom. In the end, the golden storm exploded and swept out in all directions. Ouyang Feng's face was pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body was on the verge of collapse. Because in the explosion his king's domain also exploded, causing him to be seriously injured. Ouyang Feng was injured. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists felt their scalps go numb. Sun Yang, who was standing aside, was even more shocked. To be honest, he really did not expect things to turn out this way. Previously, he did not expect this scene at all. Damn it, impossible! I don't believe it! Ouyang Feng's hair was disheveled, and his face was crazed. He really could not believe that his opponent had defeated him in fist techniques. Damn it, this is the 5 Elements fist. Are you from the 5 Elements sect? Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth and asked. What? The 5 Elements sect? Everyone was shocked. Yes, he is indeed using the 5 Elements fist, someone exclaimed. Is he really a martial artist from the 5 Elements sect? However, on the other side, Sun Yang frowned. Impossible, the 5 Elements sect's people have such power. We all know them. But this kid, we have never heard of him. They were too confused. It doesn't matter which sect I am from. What's important is that everything is over. Lin Xian said coldly, and then waved the earth element fist. Suddenly, the earth surged, and 2 large yellow hands appeared, grabbing at Ouyang Feng. At the same time, a huge mountain fell from the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky was crushed. Ouyang Feng used his movement technique and disappeared from the spot. With a boom, the void cracked and turned into a large black rift valley, pierced by the huge mountain. At the same time, a wave fell from the sky. A terrifying force rushed out, affecting the entire space and causing a tsunami to occur in the entire forest. The surrounding area collapsed. The dark red divine dragon shrunk his neck. Kid, this place is a little strange. Let's be careful. Lin Xian was also a little scared. This scene was too terrifying. The two of them walked carefully. An hour later, the surrounding forest gradually opened up. It was no longer a dense forest but became sparse. There were even large open spaces in some places. What shocked the two of them even more was that there were huge footprints left on the ground. It was obvious that this was the living area of the giants. Peng ping peng. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Then, a huge figure appeared in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the figure. It was indeed a giant. It was dozens of meters tall and walked with a majestic gait. It was like a small mountain full of power. The young man who looked like a demonic beast, Ouyang Feng, was like a baby in front of this giant. Not only that, the giant was holding a huge mountain-splitting axe in one hand and a terrifying monster wolf in the other. But at this moment, it was already torn to pieces. That monster wolf was at least at the Demon King level. These giants were actually feeding on Demon Kings. One had to admit that it was truly terrifying. Not only that, Lin Xian's face became gloomy in the next moment. That was because he discovered that behind the giant, two more giants had appeared. At the same time, there was a figure standing on the shoulder of one of the giants. He was no stranger to that figure. It was the demon girl of the Demon King Palace, Zhao Tianxia. Damn it, why is this woman with these giants? Lin Xian frowned. He had been very uneasy since he let her escape last time. He didn't expect her to find these giants. Damn it, this woman must be eliminated. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that the other party was too mysterious. She could constantly summon powerful companions. Zhao Tianxia, who was on the giant in front, also had a sharp gaze. She discovered Lin Xian's existence. Then, a cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. Capture the two of them. I want them alive. Zhao Tianxia pointed into the distance and gave the order. Suddenly, the two giants let out angry roars. The sound was very terrifying. It was like a clap of thunder, shattering the surrounding clouds. Not only that, the two huge bodies also began to move. The entire ground shook violently. What the hell? This woman is crazy. The dark red dragon screamed. He didn't expect her to be able to command these giants. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He couldn't understand how she did it. But he knew that he was in great danger now. The next moment he shouted coldly. His body swayed quickly and retreated. However, at this moment, huge figures appeared behind them, ready to block them. In an instant, four giants stood in all directions, trying to capture them. Chapter 1749. The four giants were like impenetrable walls, blocking Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, completely surrounding them. Zhao Tianxia, on the other hand, pushed another giant to the front. Brat, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? How dare you be so rude to me before? This is unforgivable. But don't worry, as long as you obediently become my cauldron, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be smashed into a bloody mist by these giants. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. Become their cauldron? How could he live? The other party was obviously trying to suck him dry. Do you think you can stop me with just four giants? What a joke! Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he turned around and shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The dark red divine dragon also turned into a red bolt of lightning and flew to the side. Trying to escape? Zhao Tianxia snorted and then urged one of the giants to attack. Boom! A huge palm covered the sky and pounced on Lin Xian. The size of the palm was too terrifying. Even a six-star king would not be able to survive if he was hit. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the extreme speed of the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, so at the critical moment he moved sideways. He quickly dodged the shocking attack. Boom! The palm missed and the void cracked. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon shot up into the sky and left the encirclement. Then, the two turned into lightning and quickly moved into the distance. Chase after them! Zhao Tianxia shouted. She did not expect the other party to be able to escape her encirclement. However, so what if the other party could escape temporarily? With the help of these giants, she could definitely catch the other party. In the next moment, these giants began to run. They were like small mountains moving quickly. Although these giants were huge, they were not slow at all. They covered more than 100 feet in a single step. Their speed was shocking. Not only that, wherever they passed, the forest collapsed and the ground cracked, creating a terrifying scene. This kind of vibration finally attracted the attention of other martial artists. Many figures gathered over here. When they saw those enormous and terrifying giants, their scalps went numb and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Heavens, what is this? Fuck! It's a giant! There are giants in this forest. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. However, when they saw Zhao Tianxie on the giant's shoulder, they were even more shocked. Isn't that woman Zhao Tianxie from the Demon Imperial Palace? She's actually with these giants? This is unbelievable. As a top force, the Fey Imperial Palace is incomparably mysterious. This Zhao Tianxie is a genius of the Fey Imperial Palace. He must have a secret technique that allows him to communicate with these giants. Some experts guessed the secret, but in any case, Zhao Tianxie's ability to control giants was truly shocking. This was especially true for the martial artists from the major forces. Each and every one of them wore solemn expressions. One had to know that the Almighty's cultivation levels were suppressed in this area, and they could no longer unleash their peak combat strength. However, it did not affect the relationship between the various major powers, because all the Almighties were suppressed. But now, Zhao Tianxie was actually able to control the terrifying giants. This undoubtedly increased the strength of the Fey Imperial Palace. For a moment, everyone was worried. They even secretly wondered if they could withstand the attacks of the giants. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, these giants seem to be chasing someone." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, they saw two figures running quickly in front of them. What? It's him. Many people were shocked when they saw Lin Xian's figure. Who is this kid? Some of them did not know. That woman is too despicable. She can actually control the giants. The dark red dragon's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. This time, it was fortunate that they had the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He had to think of a way to get rid of these giants. Otherwise, their threat would be too great. Chapter 1750. Those giants were terrifying. Each of them was no weaker than a 6-star king. They might be able to fight one-on-one. However, if 5 giants attacked together, they would not be able to defeat them at all. It seemed that the best way was to find some powerful beasts to fight against these giants. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Think of a way. Can we make these giants fight with the beasts? Then we can reap the benefits." "That's a good idea." The dark red dragon's eyes were also shining. In the next few days, the two began to run around, looking for powerful monster kings. The 6-armed ape was one. Other than that, they also found a terrifying 3-headed lion. There was also a huge green-winged exotic beast. It was a terrifying beast. These monster kings were too powerful. Lin Xian could not subdue them at all. What he needed to do was to interfere with these monster kings. For example, he could use the 5-colored divine stone as bait for the 6-armed ape. The green-winged exotic beast could steal its egg and make it go berserk. As for the 3-headed lion, he needed the 1,000-beast cauldron and his heavenly secret superpower to cast an illusion. Since he had found a way, Lin Xian was ready to return to the giants to investigate the situation. However, before that he, the little white monkey, and the dark red dragon stole the green-winged exotic beast's egg and lured it to the giant valley. At the same time, he pushed the 1,000-beast cauldron with all his strength to lure the 3-headed lion over. Then, he let the dark red dragon control the 1,000-beast cauldron and set up a few formations to hide the 3 powerful monster kings. He would wait until he had a thorough understanding of the giant valley before he prepared to take action. Soon, he came to the empty valley again. Even from afar, he could sense the terrifying aura emitted by those giants. However, this time, Lin Xian was more cautious than before. He restrained his aura and was like a ghost. No one noticed this process. However, the giant valley this time was a little different from before. The original giant valley was abnormally quiet. There was no movement at all. However, it was a little lively now. This was because there were many martial artists in the giant valley. It seemed that he was not the only one who had designs on the giant valley. However, the others did not dare to be as bold as him and directly start a war with the giant. Those people were probably here to seek refuge with Zhao Tianxia. After all, the giants were too terrifying. If they could borrow the power of the giants, they would be able to obtain heaven-defying benefits. Plus, there was Zhao Tianxia in the giant valley. It would be a great fortune to be able to take in such a beauty. Therefore, for a time, many martial artists flocked over. Zhao Tianxia didn't reject anyone who was willing to join him. From the looks of it, she wanted to build a powerful force in this forest. The current situation in the tilted moon profound world was very subtle. As for how long it would take for the profound world to open again, no one knew. As for those who entered the profound world, most of them were unable to pass through the sea of death and reach this land. Those who could come here were all elites. Under normal circumstances, the disciples of the major powers would not be worried at all. This was because they were followed by sect elders and mighty figures. But now, the Almighty's cultivation had been suppressed, so their safety was not guaranteed. Therefore, these people secretly began to form an alliance. Zhao Tianxia was no exception. Now that she had the giants, her strength had greatly increased. Naturally, she was the first to form an alliance in a high-profile manner. She believed that with the help of these giants and her charm techniques, she would be able to build a powerful force in this forest. At that time, all the treasures in this forest would belong to her. This woman's ambition was not small. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked around again. But soon, his face darkened. The reason for that was because he discovered that there was an enormous stele before the ravine. There were a few lines of words written on it. It meant that anyone who provided the whereabouts of Lin Xian would be rewarded handsomely. If they could capture him personally, Zhao Tianxia would spend the night with that martial artist. On the side, there was a portrait of Lin Xian. This news directly stimulated the martial artists near the valley. Everyone's eyes were red. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Xian immediately. They had no choice. Spending a night with Zhao Tianxia, even if they were asked to die immediately, they would probably be willing. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He did not expect the other party to come up with such a plan. It seemed that he had to deal with the giant valley first. Sure enough, once the news came out, more martial artists gathered in the valley, wanting to join Zhao Tianxia's organization. Of course, not everyone would come. Some disciples of the powerful sects would not form an alliance with others. Instead, they would form their own small groups. Some even wanted to make a move on Zhao Tianxia. Because compared to Lin Xian, Zhao Tianxia's threat was too great. If she succeeded in forming an alliance, it would be difficult for others to resist. Sure enough, on the other side of the valley, Lu Mingyue was wearing a blue dress and was as beautiful as a fairy. However, at this moment, her expression was extremely solemn. Her eyes flickered as she looked into the distance. This Zhao Tianxia is really something. I didn't expect him to be able to gather such a huge force in such a short time. Humph, he's just borrowing the power of the giants. On the side, the pale young man's expression was cold. However, at this moment, Lu Mingyue spoke again. I didn't expect Long Xian's strength to exceed our expectations. Indeed, that kid was able to defeat Ouyang Feng. I have to say, it's really surprising. I suspect that his surname isn't Long at all. He's very likely the Lin Xian wanted by the Alcade's sacred land. Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered. You're saying that he's the traitor of the Pill sect? This time, the pale young man, Yan Qin, was also shocked. If that's the case, then it makes sense. That kid was able to escape the Alcade's sacred land's pursuit. He's probably not an ordinary person. I just didn't expect him to appear here. Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Zhao Tianxia alone will make it difficult for Lin Xian to escape. Even if he escapes, the Alcade's sacred land will definitely not let him go. Huh, does that mean he's dead for sure? Yan Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. Of course. Lu Mingyue nodded slightly, then said, "What about Ouyang Feng? Has his injuries healed?" "His injuries have already healed. I'm afraid he's already headed to the Giant Valley." "What, he's really gone?" Lu Mingyue was also surprised. Could he really subdue the giants? "I don't know, but as a warrior of the Four Symbols Sacred Land, Ouyang Feng has a trace of the giant's bloodline in his body." Chapter 1751. After observing for a long time, Lin Xian decided to make a move. He turned into a ghost and flew into the valley. Soon he arrived at the Giant Valley. Wu Ji the Snow White Monkey also jumped out. In the depths of the valley, the aura was heavy as if there were countless huge creatures, causing the entire void to freeze. Fortunately, Lin Xian was powerful and had the great dragon sword soul in his body. He was not afraid of this aura at all. This allowed him to move quickly. Lin Xian and the rest did not go to the center. Instead, they began to explore the surroundings. He had to figure out how many giants there were and how many warriors there were. He also had to take a look at the number of warriors. However, at this moment, the Snow White Monkey was very excited. It turned into a ray of white light and rushed forward. "Little White, come back quickly." Lin Xian transmitted his voice, afraid that Little White would attract the attention of others. At the same time, he also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Swoosh swoosh. The Snow White Monkey landed on the ground. Lin Xian quickly approached it. Wu Ji the Snow White Monkey bared its teeth and pointed at a place in front of it. It turned out that the ground in front of them was full of potholes. However, in one of the potholes, there was a ray of light. Not only that, but there was also a wave of pure energy accompanying it. "This is..." Lin Xian was shocked. He and the Snow White Monkey quickly walked forward. "Such pure energy." Lin Xian looked at the pool of liquid on the ground in shock. Little White quickly spat out the 5-colored divine stone to let it absorb the energy in the liquid. Whoosh, whoosh. The 5-colored divine stone jumped and absorbed the energy quickly. It was like a heart, releasing a 5-colored ray of light. As if it felt that it was not enough, Little White lowered its head and drank a mouthful. Immediately, it revealed a satisfied smile. Its big eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Lin Xian also took a little and tasted it. He was shocked. This energy is comparable to a divine crystal. Could it be a divine crystal liquid? Lin Xian guessed that the liquid was most likely a divine crystal. It was just that it had not formed into a crystal. He did not expect there to be such a treasure here. It seemed that he had made the right choice this time. The 5-colored divine stone was very mysterious as it quickly absorbed the divine crystal liquid. Soon he finished absorbing the energy. Lin Xian could clearly feel that the 5-colored divine stone had become incomparably resplendent and filled with energy. It seemed that he only needed to go back and absorb the energy in the 5-colored divine stone again. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He searched again and found some more nerve fluid. He also let the 5-colored divine stone absorb all of it. Then, he placed the Breeze Exotic Beast's egg in the valley. At the same time, he and the Little White Monkey quickly left to meet up with the Dark Red Divine Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon removed the array formation and used the 10,000 Beast Cauldron to interfere with the 3-headed lion. The first to go berserk was the Breeze Beast. It immediately sensed that its egg was in the valley ahead. Thus, he roared and flew over. Next was the 3-headed lion. Under the interference of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, it madly charged forward. The 6-armed divine ape was personally controlled by Lin Xian. Lin Xian took the 5-colored divine stone and flew towards the valley ahead. The 6-armed divine ape's eyes turned red when it sensed the energy of the 5-colored divine stone. In the next moment, it roared and waved its 6 arms, roaring at the valley ahead. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire valley shook violently. Countless mountains collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. In an instant, the news of the giant valley swept through the entire forest like a gust of wind. Zhao Tianxia's face was gloomy. She was about to go crazy. Previously, with the strength of the 5 giants, she was able to quickly gather a large group of martial artists and establish a powerful force. However, she did not expect the giant valley to be destroyed in just a few days. Not only that, but one of the giants was killed directly. The others were also injured and their strength was greatly reduced. The martial artists that she found were also mostly injured. It could be said that the heavy losses this time made her even more embarrassed. Needless to say, she was now the laughing stock of the entire forest. She didn't even see clearly who did it. However, according to her guess, it was most likely her enemy, Lin Xian. Chapter 1752. Previously, he had sneaked into the giant valley and communicated with one of the giants. He had almost convinced the other party. However, he did not expect that such a battle would occur. Therefore, not only did he fail to communicate, but he was also injured in the battle. This battle was like a storm that swept through the surroundings. Everyone was guessing who was the one who did it. For a moment, everyone was in danger. Lin Xian, who was the one who did it, found a cave and chose to go into seclusion. The outside world was in chaos, while Lin Xian and the other 2 hid in a safe place, absorbing the energy in the 5-colored divine stone to increase their cultivation. The 5-colored divine stone was extremely mysterious. Ever since it absorbed the energy of the divine crystal liquid, it was filled with a pure aura. On it, the 5-colored light turned into pure energy for Lin Xian and the others to absorb. Lin Xian activated the art of longevity and continuously absorbed the 5-colored energy, transforming it into his own power. Finally, when the 5-colored divine stone became dim again, Lin Xian stopped absorbing. Then, he opened his eyes and felt that his cultivation had increased by a lot. It was as if he had absorbed a divine crystal. Looking at the time, Lin Xian felt that the commotion outside was about to end. It was time to go out and take a look. Therefore, he and the dark red divine dragon carefully went out. As expected, the news of the battle in the giant valley a few days ago gradually died down. However, the atmosphere in the primeval forest all day long had become extremely tense. That was because someone had found a psychic old herb. The previous battle was because of an old herb of the same age. However, that kind of thing was very difficult to find. Everyone had searched for so many days but still could not find it. However, they did not expect that someone would find it again this time. It was a purple divine medicine that shone brightly. Its entire body was glowing, and its shape was like a dragon horse. It was full of spirituality. Its strength was even extremely powerful. That was because this psychic old herb was considered a plant-type monster. In addition to having powerful magical effects, it could also cultivate. In fact, some could even cultivate to an extremely terrifying realm. Rumor had it that the great emperor would have an immortal herb by his side. That immortal herb was extremely heaven-defying and could allow the great emperor to live a second life. Not only that, but those immortal herbs were even more terrifying, and they could even kill saints. While the spirit-channeling old herb before him couldn't compare to the immortal herb, it was still a terrifying existence. The first psychic medicine that looked like a dragon horse was discovered by Lu Mingyue and the others. Lu Mingyue and the others had been searching for traces of the Tonglin old medicine all along and were finally discovered by them. However, they underestimated the strength of the psychic old medicine. Therefore, due to his carelessness, he actually allowed the dragon horse psychic medicine to escape. After this, Lu Mingyue was extremely vexed because she was the one who was most likely to be the first to obtain the psychic old medicine. However, he missed this opportunity. However, the others were incomparably excited. After searching for so long, he finally found the psychic old herb again. To them, this was undoubtedly an extremely exciting piece of news. As a result, many people once again began to search wantonly. However, after so many days had passed, no one had found the spirit-communicating old herb. It was as if the spirit-communicating old herb in the shape of a dragon horse had evaporated into thin air. Everyone was speculating about the whereabouts of the psychic old herb. Some people said that it hid in a valley, some people said that it escaped underground and disappeared. There were also people who said that it left this place and went to the depths of the forest. There was even a rumor that this kind of psychic old herb had an incomparably powerful demon king guarding it. All in all, for a time, these psychic old herbs were rumored to be incomparably mysterious. This stimulated everyone even more. Battles broke out from time to time during the search. In the end, the psychic old herb was not found, but there were already many martial artists who lost their lives in this battle. In fact, even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also started to search for the spirit-communicating old herb. After searching for a few days, they did not have any harvest either. But very soon, another matter attracted the attention of Lin Xian and the others. Not just Lin Xian, even all the martial artists in the entire forest were all alarmed. Because the Black Sea in the distance suddenly bloomed with black light, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, as if it was the netherworld. Following that, one mysterious Tao mark after another emerged, carrying a mysterious aura. Accompanying it was a low and deep voice. "Ignorant outsider, you shall be buried on this island forever." This voice was very low and deep and incomparably aged. Seal. In the next moment, those Tao marks quickly intertwined and combined to form a powerful seal, completely sealing the entire sea. What's going on? What are those seals? Who's talking? Get out here. Angry roars sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was stunned by this scene. Natives, damn it, it's actually the natives. It was unknown who shouted, but it instantly caused boundless panic. Naturally, they knew about the existence of the natives. Previously in the Sea of Death, they were attacked, and most of the martial artists lost their lives there. However, so many days had passed, and the natives did not attack again, so they had forgotten about this matter. They thought that there were probably only a few natives in this space, and they did not pose a threat to them at all. But now, they did not expect the natives to appear again. Not only that, but they even directly sealed the sea. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you can seal it just because you said so? An old man did not believe it. In the next moment, his body bloomed with a bright light, like a sharp sword light, rushing into the sky and flying towards the Sea of Death in the distance. This old man was not an ordinary person. He was a mighty figure. Although his cultivation was suppressed, his combat strength was far beyond that of a 6-star king. At this moment, his figure swayed and rushed towards the Sea of Death, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if the sea was really sealed as the natives said. Or could the mighty figure break the seal? Their safety and future were at stake. In front of them, the mighty figure old man's figure was like lightning, and he soon arrived at the sea. What seal? Watch me break it. He roared and struck out with both palms. 2 terrifying palms erupted with shocking light that swept through the world. The terrifying energy directly pierced through the sea. This palm was too terrifying. It could easily kill a 6-star king. However, the terrifying palm hit the seal and did not cause any waves at all. Not only that, the seal was hit and flickered with a strange light. Then, it formed a terrifying bolt of lightning that instantly pierced through the mighty figure. The mighty figure old man's body fell into the sea, and his blood dyed the sea red. What? He was killed. Chapter 1753. That was an almighty. Among them, he was an absolutely terrifying existence. But now, he had been killed. It had to be said that this was really too shocking. What kind of seal is that? It's so terrifying. Even mighty figures can be killed easily. Doesn't this mean that we'll have to stay in this primitive forest for the rest of our lives? No! Voices of despair rang out. It was obvious that everyone had suffered a severe blow. They were geniuses and elites of the top factions. They had come here in search of opportunities. But they had not expected such a terrifying thing to happen. They had been sealed here and could not return. To them, this was a form of despair. Not only them, but the other martial artists, seniors, elders, and almighties also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had never expected such a thing to happen. The top factions were even more solemn. This was because there were a few very powerful people who had come this time. For example, The Alcade Sage and Yi Wudao had frightening statuses. If they died here, the Alcade's sacred land and Yi family would probably go berserk. Especially the Yi family. As a clan of the ancients, their anger would probably burn the entire eastern wilderness. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He had not expected such a thing to happen. The dark red dragon's expression was also solemn. He said, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid there will be a huge riot in this primitive forest soon. There's no way back now. There will definitely be a riot here and a new order will be established. Also, those peerless powerhouses need enough energy to cultivate. This was because only by breaking through to become a super mighty figure could one open the seal and return." Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the dark red dragon was right. The primitive forest would probably usher in a dark age. And if he wanted to survive such chaos, he had to be strong enough. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would become someone's slave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, his body flashed and he quickly flew into the distance. He wanted to find enough dragon crystals and divine crystals to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as expected, the entire primeval forest was in turmoil in the next few days. Those who held grudges and those who were greedy attacked without regard for anything else. Because he was already in despair and had nothing to worry about. Some martial artists' enemies were disciples of holy lands. Before this, they didn't dare to make a move. Even if they were stronger than others, they didn't dare. This was because if they killed a disciple of the Holy Land, they would definitely be hunted down by the Holy Land. But now, these worries were completely gone. Because no one knew if they would be able to leave this place in their lifetime, those people decided to act decisively. There were also some who were greedy for energy, martial arts, and beauties. In short, intense battles broke out in the entire primeval forest. No one was spared. Among them, there were a few who were very powerful. The first was Zhao Tianxie. She had the giant and could be said to be very powerful. She also had many martial artists gathered around her. It was the first powerful force to be organized. The other was Lu Mingyue. She was a genius of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Not only was she powerful, but she was also extremely beautiful. Thus, she had gathered a group of followers. The other was the Alcade Saint. The Yaoguang Saint's son's strength was even more terrifying. Moreover, there were many people from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Therefore, under his prestige, he quickly established a huge force. There was almost no one who could contend with the Alcade Saint's son. Of course, Yi Wudao was an exception. The average person didn't know Yi Wudao's identity. But those who knew Yi Wudao's identity didn't dare to underestimate him. Even the Alcade Saint's son would go all out against Yi Wudao. That was because Yi Wudao's identity was too terrifying. Apart from these people, there were also other allied organizations, large and small groups. In short, the entire primeval forest was extremely chaotic. But after a few days, the battles gradually calmed down. That was because excessive killing was useless. They had to think carefully about what to do next. On the other side, Lin Xian was secretly cultivating. Although he hadn't found any dragon crystals or divine crystals, Lin Xian didn't lack the energy to cultivate with the 5-colored divine stone in his hand. That was because the 5-colored divine stone could absorb the world's spiritual energy and transform it into 5-colored energy. Moreover, the energy it transformed into was extremely pure. It wasn't inferior to dragon crystals or divine crystals. Thus, Lin Xian's cultivation and strength were constantly increasing. However, he didn't keep cultivating. After calculating the time, he felt that the battle outside was almost over. Moreover, he also wanted to know what changes had happened in the primeval forest. He decided to go out and take a look. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian went out, he received news of what had happened in the past few days. Just as he expected, after he left, a great battle broke out in the forest. Then, the battle was extinguished. What followed was the combination of various groups and forces. Even the Alcade Saint, Zhao Tianxie, and the others took the lead to set the rules in this forest. There was no other way. The Alcade Saint and the others were too strong. Their strength was incomparably powerful. If they joined forces, the other small groups wouldn't dare to resist. However, these small groups weren't to be trifled with. That was because the warriors who could come to this primeval forest were all elite warriors. Although these small groups were weak, they knew how to work together to resist. For a time, the Alcade Saint and the others couldn't do anything to these small groups. Therefore, under such circumstances, they set the rules that belonged to this primeval forest. After Lin Xian heard these rules, he immediately smiled. Because one of the rules was that they couldn't fight casually. This was to prevent powerhouses from forcefully killing the weak. However, this forest had never been afraid of fighting. If they wanted to fight, they had to be witnessed by others. In other words, assassinations and rude attacks were avoided. After hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was still worried that those people from Scorpio would attack him crazily. Now, it seemed that there shouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, he directly swaggered out. Sure enough, many warriors immediately exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian. They were no stranger to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had defeated Ouyang Feng before and was even chased by Giant. In the past few days, Lin Xian hadn't shown up. They thought that Lin Xian had died in the dark riot. However, they didn't expect him to appear again. Immediately, a few organizations came out and threw an olive branch to Lin Xian, inviting him to join. They knew how terrifying 3 immemorial demonic elephants were. Lin Xian probably couldn't contend with them. The current Ouyang Feng was no longer the Ouyang Feng from before. He was absolutely terrifying. Sun Yang also revealed a sneer. Seeing the 3 immemorial demonic elephants, Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder he dared to challenge him again. It turned out that his fist technique had improved. But so what? His opponent had improved, and so had he. Moreover, his improved strength was even more powerful. So with a cold snort, Lin Xian quickly brandished the 5 elements fist. Boom! Earth element fist. He waved his fist, and a terrifying power covered the entire world as if to suppress the 3 immemorial demonic elephants in front of him. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, there was a fierce collision, and dust flew all over the sky. The earth cracked, but it turned into countless sharp earth spikes, and shot towards the immemorial demonic elephants. At this moment, Lin Xian became the master of the earth. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, covering the entire forest. At this moment, the faces of the people watching the battle changed. This energy was simply too terrifying. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make them shudder with fear. However, Ouyang Feng was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent's strength to increase and be able to resist his attack. Impossible! How could this kid become so strong? He can even resist 3 immemorial demonic elephants. The others were also shocked. They found that Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Ouyang Feng roared, and the black wind rose. His whole body was like a demonic beast moving wildly. Lin Xian brandished the 5 elements fist with the dragon sword soul as the foundation. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 of them kept fighting and the earth cracked. Terrifying scenes appeared one after another. At this moment, everyone around was stunned because the 2 of them were too powerful. The 3 immemorial demonic elephants were enough to suppress most of the people present, but they couldn't defeat Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 5 elements fist was ever-changing and terrifying. It could dissolve everything in the world. It was so much so that even the people from the 5 elements sect opened their eyes wide in disbelief. They didn't understand why the other party knew their sect's unique skill. Boom! After 50 moves, Ouyang Feng suddenly roared. The aura on his body skyrocketed again, and the 3 immemorial demonic elephants in front of him quickly merged. Their bodies kept growing and they suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant the earth cracked, and it couldn't withstand the power at all. 5 elements fusion, true dragon attack. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the profound meaning of the 5 elements fused together, turning into a 5-colored divine dragon that rushed out. The huge dragon claw directly slapped the immemorial demonic elephant. Crack! The immemorial demonic elephant howled, turned into spiritual energy, and shattered on the ground. Ouyang Feng's body was also blasted away by the huge energy. Boom, 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 boom. Ouyang Feng fell on the ground after retreating for 3,000 meters and breaking countless mountains and trees. But, damn it, I don't believe it. Ouyang Feng roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering, and his whole person became extremely ferocious. Defeated, defeated again. Chapter 1755. Defeated, defeated again. He was sent flying again, which was unbearable for him. One should know that this time, he had condensed 3 immemorial demonic elephants. Compared to before, his strength could be said to have undergone earth-shattering changes. However, he was still unable to defeat his opponent. Damn it, I don't believe it. Ouyang Feng roared madly. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because his opponent was already in front of him. Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not perform the 5 elements fist. Instead, he performed a more violent and destructive fist technique. He had already practiced the Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist to the great accomplishment realm. It was extremely terrifying. The terrifying fist was like a black dragon, which violently blasted forward. Damn it, block it for me. Ouyang Feng's pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. In the next moment, he waved his arms and formed a tall Hell's Gate in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, the Black Dragon Fist collided with the Hell's Gate, making a shocking sound of collision. The Hell's Gate was extremely mysterious. No one knew what kind of technique it was, but it was not damaged. However, the terrifying power of the Apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist passed through the Hell's Gate and violently blasted Ouyang Feng's arms. Crack, crack. Ouyang Feng's arms were broken and his body was sent flying again. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Ouyang Feng to be defeated and defeated so miserably. Isn't this Lin Xian a little too strong? Everyone was shocked. After Lin Xian succeeded, he did not stop. Instead, his body was like lightning as he charged over once again. It was a good time to get rid of his opponent. He would not show mercy to such an enemy. In the next moment, he turned into a sword light and quickly rushed forward. Lin Xian moved like lightning and attacked Ouyang Feng again. What? Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They did not expect Lin Xian to continue attacking. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the 3 major organizations? Stop! At this moment, another cold shout was heard. Then, 2 green vines turned into rays of light and instantly attacked Lin Xian. That is, Yan Qing has made his move. Everyone cried out in alarm. There were immediately people who were dissatisfied because they had already broken the rules. Indeed, Yan Qing had broken the rules. This was because according to the new rules, the battle would only end when one side died. Or admit defeat. Before this, Ouyang Feng did not take the initiative to admit defeat, and he did not die, which meant that the battle was not over yet. No one else was allowed to interfere. However, at that moment, Yan Qing attacked. This caused many people to feel discontent. The reason for that was because they felt that the other party was truly bullying them intolerably. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Sword qi gushed out from his body, transforming into a long river that fiercely crashed forward. Boom! The green vines were sliced into 2. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, his speed reaching the extreme. In the next moment, he arrived in front of Ouyang Feng. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword light slashed down rapidly. The sword slashed at Ouyang Feng's body and sent him flying. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere, and the surroundings fell silent. The surrounding people were all stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful even though Yan Qing had intervened to stop him. Yan Qing's face turned gloomy. Lin Xian's speed was too fast, and he actually managed to dodge his attack. Killing someone in public was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Moreover, what made his face even gloomier was that Lin Xian had actually succeeded. Looking at the sword that had landed on Ouyang Feng's body, even if he did not die, he would probably be crippled. After sending Ouyang Feng flying again, Lin Xian did not make a move. His body swayed and landed on the ground. He was extremely fierce, like the god of death. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and trembled. In fact, many people immediately invited Lin Xian again and offered great benefits. They wanted to invite Lin Xian to join their organization. If they could invite such a terrifying young genius, he would definitely be a powerful force. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had no intention of joining the organization from the beginning, so he rejected them one by one. However, that did not affect Lin Xian's reputation. From then on, Lin Xian's reputation spread throughout the entire forest. On the other side, Zhao Tianxie, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others looked extremely gloomy. They looked at Lin Xian with murderous intent in their eyes. That was because the power that Lin Xian had displayed was too shocking. It had only been a few days, but Lin Xian's power had increased so much. Needless to say, he must have obtained some treasure or opportunity in the forest. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve so quickly. They had to think of a way to get rid of such a great enemy. Otherwise, the threat to them would be too great. A heaven-shaking great battle came to an end just like this. Both parties left, and the forest returned to its peaceful state. However, Ouyang Feng's body was still lying there, and no one cared about it. However, his storage ring had been taken away mercilessly. That was the cruel primitive forest. No one cared about a dead person. Even if Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others were once Ouyang Feng's companions, they did not care about the corpse now. However, after everyone left, the void suddenly split open. A silver-white hand reached out, grabbed Ouyang Feng's body, and disappeared. No one knew what had happened. Lin Xian did not know either. After he killed Ouyang Feng, he had left the area and set off towards the depths of the forest again. Lin Xian knew that the strength that he had displayed in killing Ouyang Feng had probably aroused the killing intent of some people. He did not know how many there were in the dark, but on the surface, there were at least Zhao Tianxie, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others. Every one of those people was incomparably powerful. They were not weaker than Ouyang Feng. Moreover, in this forest, there must be their own opportunities. No one knew how powerful they were now. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be careful. Although he would not join any organization, it did not mean that he would not form an alliance with others. Right now, he wanted to find someone to form an alliance with. Naturally, that person was Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao currently had a huge faction, so Lin Xian easily found out where he was. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian arrived at a quiet place. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant here. Spiritual qi was abundant, and there were no powerful Yao kings around. It was indeed a good place to live. As expected of the Yi family. Even in this primitive forest, it was a terrifying monster. Lin Xian now knew that Yi Wudao's identity was not ordinary. It was very likely that he was a disciple of the Yi family. Chapter 1756. As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he felt that there were no less than 3 powerful soul powers in the surroundings that were staring at him. Furthermore, these soul forces were terrifyingly powerful. Needless to say, they belonged to almighty experts. Lin Xian's expression tensed up when he sensed the soul power of these almighties. "Senior, I'm here to look for Leaf Dao Denier. I have no ill intentions." Hearing Lin Xian's words, 2 of the soul forces retreated. However, the last one didn't relax in the slightest. After a while, laughter rang out from the forest, and the last soul force retreated. Lin Xian knew that Leaf Dao Denier knew he was coming, so he didn't hesitate and strode in. Sure enough, a handsome young man in white stood in front of him. It was none other than Leaf Dao Denier. "Brother Dragon, you're here," Leaf Dao Denier said with a smile. "You're famous now." Lin Xian shook his head. "Don't make fun of me, Brother Yi. Compared to you, my reputation is nothing." "You can't say that. Your reputation isn't weak at all." Indeed, Lin Xian's reputation was like the sun at high noon. His accomplishments were simply too many. Not to mention his previous exploits, just the fact that he killed Ouyang Feng was enough to cause a huge stir. Leaf Dao Denier looked at Lin Xian and said, "Brother Dragon, would you like to join us?" "Join you?" Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't expected Leaf Dao Denier to make such an offer. This was something he hadn't even considered before. After all, the Yi clan was a clan of the ancients. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian said, "Brother Yi, I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't want to bring you any trouble." But Leaf Dao Denier said, "Brother Dragon, you're overthinking things. We don't want you to join us because we want you. We want you to join us because you're strong enough. Even here, you are still an elite." Leaf Dao Denier was right. Lin Xian was strong enough to be taken seriously even in the Yi clan. However, Lin Xian still shook his head. "I didn't just offend Zhao Tianxie and Ouyang Feng. There are some even more terrifying existences. I don't want to cause trouble for your Yi clan." Lin Xian was right. He had not only offended people like Lu Mingyue and Zhao Tianxie. He had also offended people from the Wavering Light Holy Land, the All Beginnings Holy Land, and the Five Elements sect. Especially now, he was wanted by the Wavering Light Holy Land. If his identity was exposed, he would probably attract the pursuit of most of the warriors. He even had the heavenly secret divine eyes. If this was exposed, no one would let him go. The Yi clan would most likely not be spared and would make a move against him. Therefore, Lin Xian would not join the Yi family. At the very least, he wouldn't stay with these almighties because their methods were too terrifying. Who knew when they would discover his secret? However, Lin Xian had come to form an alliance. Therefore, he said, "Although I can't join your Yi clan, we can form an alliance. We can help each other. When we are in trouble, we can help each other. How about it?" "All right." Leaf Dao Denier smiled. Although he couldn't let Lin Xian join them, they could form an alliance. It wasn't a bad choice. Although the Yi clan was powerful, it wasn't that they didn't have enemies. In the past few days, they had suffered several inexplicable attacks. They could form an alliance. They would do their best to form an alliance. They naturally wouldn't miss out on a young genius like Lin Xian. Moreover, Leaf Dao Denier also wanted to make friends with Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian left and returned to a safe place. He flipped his hand and took out a 5-colored crystal. This 5-colored crystal was formed by the energy of the 5-colored divine stone. For convenience, Lin Xian had turned the energy of the 5-colored divine stone into small crystals so that he could absorb it when he was free. Chapter 1757. The mysterious man waved his hand, and 5 figures appeared around him. If Lin Xian were here and saw this scene, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Because these 5 figures were Guochuanfa, Li Wei, and the others. These people were all killed by him before, but he didn't expect that they would all be resurrected now. Not only that, but their auras had also become more powerful. "Go, I'll wait for your good news." The mysterious man waved his hand, and Ouyang Feng and the other 5 instantly disappeared. These people did not attack immediately. Instead, they formed a dark organization first. They did not want to be surrounded and killed by others, so they decided to use the primeval forest's rules to get rid of Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the little white monkey attacked again. Their targets were the powerful demon kings. Of course, they were not targeting the demon kings themselves, but the spirit herbs, crystals, and eggs they were guarding. With the little white monkey's treasure bowl, Lin Xian and the others' speed and formations, they were able to succeed repeatedly. However, this also angered many demon kings. Immediately, the nearby forest went berserk again. Those who did not know the truth saw this scene, and their scalps went numb. They ran away like crazy. These few days, no one dared to wander around the forest. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a rich harvest. He did not absorb the energy he obtained immediately. Instead, he first gave it to the 5-colored immortal stone. Then he absorbed the 5-colored energy from the 5-colored immortal stone. Although this kind of conversion was a little troublesome, the 5-colored energy was purer and more abundant. Lin Xian's strength was also rapidly increasing. Now, he was almost a mid-4-star king. This kind of improvement was very fast. One had to know that in the outside world, even the geniuses of the peerless sacred grounds and ancient families would need several years to increase their strength. Ordinary warriors might not be able to increase their strength even after decades or centuries. However, Lin Xian had made such a breakthrough in a little more than 10 days. One had to admit that this speed was simply too frightening. Not only that, but these days, he had been digesting and studying these few battles. He was now constantly exploring the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. Previously, he had been using the sharpness of the Dragon Sword Soul. That was why he had such a strong combat strength. However, looking at it now, that incomparably terrifying evolution ability was even more shocking. For example, Lin Xian did not know any of the 5 elements sect's ultimate techniques, nor did he know any of the 4 symbols sacred ground's ultimate techniques. However, with the help of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he could use both the 5 elements fists and the immemorial golem fist. Furthermore, its power was even more terrifying than his opponent's fist technique. Not only could he imitate other people's martial arts, but he could also imitate a king's domain. If this kind of attack was used, it would definitely be extremely shocking. On this particular day, he wasn't working on his cultivation, because he had received a message from Leaf Dao Denier. Therefore, Lin Xian set aside his cultivation and headed in the direction of Leaf Dao Denier's group. It didn't take long for him to see Leaf Dao Denier again. "Brother Dragon, you're in bad shape," Leaf Dao Denier said grimly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that Zhao Tianxie and Lu Mingyue are joining forces to attack? He was not surprised at all because the two sides would fight sooner or later. However, to his surprise, Leaf Dao Denier shook his head. "It's not Zhao Tianxie and Lu Mingyue. It's another group." "Another group? Who's that?" Lin Xian frowned. "It's a newly formed mysterious group called the Dark Organization. For the past few days, the Dark Organization has been searching for your whereabouts." "Dark Organization?" Lin Xian frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Therefore, he asked, "Who are the other party?" "I don't know. They're very mysterious. They all wear large black robes that cover their faces. There's even a black fog surrounding their bodies. However, their attacks are very swift and fierce. Once, an organization with 12 people clashed with them. In the end, the 6 of them defeated the small organization." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Not only were the other party few in number, but they were also very powerful. More importantly, they were hiding their identities. Who would attack him? He couldn't figure it out. But then he snorted coldly. "Since they want to fight, then let's fight. Brother Long, do you want to fight them?" Leaf Dao Denier asked. His expression was solemn. The other party's strength can't be underestimated. In this battle, I'm afraid the other party will attack together with 6 people. It's too much for you to take on 6 of them alone. Moreover, the other party seems to have come prepared. It's fine. It's only 6 people. I'm confident." Lin Xian nodded solemnly. His eyes shone brightly. He also had his own plans. If he defeated this dark organization in front of everyone, his reputation would expand once again. When that time came, other organizations would think twice before making a move on him. In that case, his troubles would be greatly reduced. Soon, the news of Lin Xian challenging the Dark Organization spread. Suddenly, all the martial artists in the entire primitive forest were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really agree. For a moment, everyone was discussing. Is this guy's brain flooded with water? How dare he agree to such a thing? Yeah, that's 6 people. And they're extremely powerful. They've even defeated a large organization before. Such a force is absolutely terrifying. Someone actually dares to challenge them alone. He's really courting death. Just you wait. That kid is dead meat. This time, almost no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this was not a one-on-one battle, but a battle with an organization. Under such circumstances, a one-on-one battle was too disadvantageous. Zhao Tianxie, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others sneered when they heard the news. "Looks like I don't have to do anything. Someone else will take care of him." Zhao Tianxie snorted coldly. Then he moved and led his people to watch. On the other side, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the others also set off. Not only them, but most of the martial artists also set off. They wouldn't miss this shocking battle. In the forest, Ouyang Feng, Li Wei, and the others revealed sinister smiles when they heard the news. They were all people who had died once. This time, they were resurrected to kill Lin Xian. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian might refuse. If that happened, they might be in a lot of trouble. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to agree. What an arrogant guy! He's courting death. How dare he attack the 6 of us? He's dead meat this time. I'll definitely take revenge for this. I must kill him to avenge the death of my friend. Chapter 1758. Cold shouts rang out one after another. These people were brimming with killing intent. They were incomparably cold as they swore to kill Lin Xian. They put on black robes and masks. Ouyang Feng's body swayed and shrunk until he reached the size of a normal person. He had no choice. If he walked out in his original form, he would definitely be recognized. That was because other than him, no one else was more than 3 meters tall. He did not want others to know that he was resurrected. That would ruin his master's plan. In a forest, more and more martial artists rushed over. They were discussing the upcoming battle. Not long after, a figure rushed over from afar. He was tall, handsome, and calm. It was Lin Xian. That's the kid? He's too arrogant. He's very ordinary. I don't see anything powerful about him. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? He's quite handsome. There were also women who were infatuated. However, more people sneered. What's the use of being handsome? He'll be finished soon. How dare he challenge the Dark Coalition? I'm afraid he's dead meat today. That's right. I heard that the Dark Coalition is very terrifying. Every one of them is a powerful machine. If the 6 of them attack together, no one would be able to resist them. A series of discussions broke out as everyone's gaze landed on Lin Xian. At that moment, the void in the distance rippled. 6 black figures rushed over. They were 6 mysterious people in black robes and masks. Their bodies were surrounded by a black aura. It was impossible to see them clearly. Even soul power could not detect them. They landed on the ground. Each of them emitted a shocking murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. The surrounding martial artists were shocked and quickly retreated. What a terrifying murderous aura! It seems that they're determined to make a move this time. Many people felt their scalps tingle when they sensed the aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the 6 people in front of him. At the same time, he was puzzled. The murderous aura on them was too strong. It was as if there was a deep hatred between them. However, he did not know the 6 of them at all. Forget it. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. After defeating them and taking off their masks, he would know who they were. It was useless to guess now. In front of him, 6 black-robed men stood there. Their murderous aura soared to the sky, as if they were gods of death. Especially the one at the front. His murderous aura was like a giant dragon that soared into the sky. He stared at Lin Xian in front of him and said coldly, "Boy, are you going to die kneeling, or are you going to surrender obediently? But no matter what method it is, I will make you wish you were dead." His voice was very low, like that of a demon. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. It seemed that the other party's resentment towards him was not small. However, he wasn't someone who would sit and wait for death. Thus, he snorted coldly and said, "Enough nonsense. The 6 of you can come at me together." What? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Was he really going to challenge an entire organization by himself? This was crazy. At this moment, everyone was incomparably shocked. As for the 6 black-cloaked men at the front, they sneered. "Brat, you're too arrogant. However, since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish." The 6 of them were like demons, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "Wait. This place isn't suitable for battle. I'm going to challenge the 6 of you alone. Give me some space." He actually rushed over. What is this kid thinking? Isn't he courting death by directly confronting 6 people? It seems that he knows he's going to die, so he's giving up? Chapter 1759. Looks like he knows that he's going to die, so he's given up on himself? Doubtful voices were heard. Obviously, these people could not understand Lin Xian's behavior. In their opinion, the best way to face the 6 black-robed men was to wander around the valley and defeat them one by one to avoid being surrounded by them. That way, even if he could not win, he could at least stall for some time. However, Lin Xian's approach was completely out of everyone's expectations. He did not beat around the bush at all and directly faced them head-on. People who did that were either fools or idiots, or they had ungodly strength. Did Lin Xian really have ungodly strength? No one knew. The 6 black-robed men were stunned when they saw that, but then they shouted coldly. How dare he underestimate them and fight the 6 of them head-on? That was intolerable. Therefore, the next one of them roared angrily and charged forward like crazy demonic beasts. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and in the next moment, it was less than 10 meters. However, at that moment, Lin Xian made his move. He waved his arm and a sharp sword light instantly surged out. The sword light was too terrifying. It contained the aura of a dragon and appeared in the air like lightning. In an instant, it slashed one of the black-robed men. Boom! After that attack, a horrifying crack appeared on the black-robed man's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's body was sent flying backward and crashed onto the ground. What? He got him in one hit. When the crowd saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. They could not believe that Lin Xian was the first to succeed and gain the upper hand. That was too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Xian was alone, and he was facing 6 black-robed men, each of whom was extremely powerful. Even so, Lin Xian still gained the upper hand in the battle. It was hard to believe. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Even the 6 black-robed men were shocked. They could not accept that fact at all. His strength has actually increased again. The leader of the black-robed men had a ferocious look on his face and his eyes were as red as a wild beast's. He could not believe that the other party's strength had improved so much in such a short period of time. This was simply too heaven-defying. Go! Kill him! With a roar, they once again charged towards Lin Xian. Terrifying attacks surged towards him like waves. The void trembled, unable to withstand it at all. It was immediately torn apart. In the next moment, a violent power surged towards Lin Xian, surrounding him in an instant. Lin Xian coldly snorted, and his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a peerless divine sword, sweeping forward. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the berserk energy. Then he used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and rushed out quickly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of these black-robed men and punched out with both fists. His left hand was the fist of metal, and his right hand was the fist of fire. Both of his fists punched forward. On the left, golden light shone. The golden light seemed to have transformed into a golden sword. It was incomparably sharp and quickly pierced through the void. On the right, pitch-black flames surged out. The terrifying heat caused the entire void to distort. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, 2 black-robed men were sent flying as if they had been struck by lightning. He's done it again. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it, because Lin Xian was simply too powerful. In a total of 4 moves, he had injured 3 people. It could be said that they had never seen such a method before. The remaining 3 black-robed men were also terrified. They could not believe it at all. How could this be? How did he become so powerful? At this moment, on the distant mountain peak, Lu Mingyue, Zhao Tianxie, and the others had extremely grave expressions. Because this scene was completely different from what they had imagined. It could be said that the strength that Lin Xian displayed now was a world of difference compared to before. Damn it, what kind of treasure does this kid have? How could it be so heaven-defying? His strength has increased so quickly. Even the 2 old men standing next to Leaf Dao Denier were shocked. How did this kid do it? How can his combat strength be so strong? Could it be that he can really be compared to young master? The two elders were extremely shocked. Yi Wudao, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he had not misjudged Lin Xian. The remaining 3 black-robed men roared crazily. The 3 of them had the strongest auras. At this moment, they were like gods and demons as they attacked crazily. Terrifying energy exploded, and in an instant, the void in front of them exploded, creating an extremely terrifying black hole. However, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. He narrowly avoided the energy bombardment and then punched out with both fists, sweeping the 3 of them. A terrifying battle erupted. Lin Xian was fighting 1 against 3, but he was still not at a disadvantage. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. Suddenly, Lin Xian coldly snorted and changed his fist technique again. A primordial aura surged from his body. In the next moment, 2 long roars were heard, piercing through the sky as if 2 huge beasts had awakened. Then, 2 immemorial demonic elephants rushed out from his fists and stood in the void. Their huge bodies carried endless energy, and their cold eyes were emotionless. The 2 immemorial demonic elephants seemed to have crossed time and space from hell. What? Immemorial demonic elephant fist. How does this kid know the 4 symbols sacred grounds fist technique? At this moment, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The 3 black-robed men were extremely shocked, especially the one at the front. His body was trembling, as if he could not accept this fact. Impossible, this is impossible. How does he know the immemorial demonic elephant fist? This was the 4 symbols sacred grounds ultimate technique. How could an itinerant cultivator like him know such a fist technique? Under the mask, Ouyang Feng could not accept it. One had to know that such an ultimate technique could not be taught to outsiders. Even in the 4 symbols sacred ground, only the genius disciples could cultivate it. But now, Lin Xian was obviously not from the 4 symbols sacred ground, but he could use the immemorial demonic elephant fist. It was unbelievable. But now, there was no time for them to think too much, because the 2 immemorial demonic elephants were already rushing towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The void was trampled mercilessly, and countless black cracks appeared and spread in all directions. The 2 immemorial demonic elephants were like 2 mountains, pressing down on the 3 black-robed men. Get lost. Finally, the black-robed man at the front could not take it anymore. He also waved his fists, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Not only that, but 2 huge phantoms also appeared on his fists. Immemorial demonic elephants. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants collided in the air, and a terrifying aura tore through the sky. In the end, the 4 immemorial demonic elephants disappeared into the void at the same time. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all stunned. Chapter 1760. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. They did not expect the black-robed man to also know the immemorial golem fist. What was going on? They did not understand at all. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted abruptly, his face full of shock. To be honest, he did not expect the other party to use the immemorial golem fist. This was too unexpected. One had to know that the reason why he could use the immemorial golem fist was because of the great dragon sword soul. Apart from him, he had only seen Ouyang Feng use this fist technique. But now, the black-robed man in front of him actually knew this fist technique too. It really shocked him. Could it be that the other party was a 4 symbols Holy Land martial artist? For a moment, many people looked toward a mountain peak, because there were several 4 symbols Holy Land martial artists standing there. However, those people quickly shook their heads because they did not know who the other party was. This was too shocking. There were actually 2 outsiders who could use their 4 symbols Holy Land's ultimate technique. This matter was definitely not simple. They had to investigate to the end. I did not expect you to be from the 4 symbols Holy Land. Are you here to avenge Ouyang Feng? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Humph, you don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that today is the day you die. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Then, he waved his fist again and quickly charged forward. Since he had already used the immemorial golem fist, he would no longer hold back. For a moment, four terrifying immemorial golem elephants appeared around him and charged forward together. What? Four immemorial golem elephants? How is this possible? Everyone was in an uproar again because they did not expect the black-robed man to be so powerful. One had to know that Ouyang Feng, as an outstanding disciple of the Four Symbols Holy Land, could only use 3 immemorial golem elephants. And now, this black-robed man was even more terrifying than Ouyang Feng. When did such a terrifying figure appear in the Four Symbols Holy Land? Could he be the Four Symbols Holy Land saint? For a moment, everyone was shocked and asked the other Four Symbols Holy Land martial artists. As for the surrounding Four Symbols Holy Land martial artists, they were also very puzzled. Their brows were tightly knitted. They did not know who the black-robed man in front of them was. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants filled the void as they rushed forward with terrifying energy. Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. He did not expect his opponent's ancient demonic elephant fist to be so powerful that it could summon 4 ancient demonic elephants. This was even more impressive than Ouyang Feng. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Brandishing both of his fists, the fist of water gushed out rapidly. Instantly, boundless seawater surged, covering the entire space. Crush! The seawater rushed towards the 4 immemorial demonic elephants and surrounded them in an instant. Not only that, but a huge whirlpool of ocean waves formed near each immemorial demonic elephant, forming a powerful force that firmly locked the immemorial demonic elephants, making them unable to move. This scene was truly too terrifying. No one had expected that Lin Xian would still be able to contend against the mysterious black-robed man's 4 immemorial demonic elephants. The face of the black-clothed man at the front also darkened. The fact that his opponent was able to contend with his 4 immemorial demonic elephants surprised him greatly. However, his strength was not limited to this. In the next moment he brandished his fists again. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants roared into the sky, and violent power gushed out from those immemorial demonic elephants. Boom! 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 The boundless whirlpool of ocean waves was directly stomped into a terrifying black hole. The 4 immemorial demonic elephants escaped the shackles of the cage and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the other black-robed men also made their move. 2 of them were not injured, and the other 3 were injured. At this moment, they had recovered some of their injuries under the effect of the elixir. They would join forces again to attack. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and the dragon sword realm rushed out immediately, and then transformed into the water realm. Boundless waves swept in all directions. The waves were very terrifying, containing the aura of the great dragon sword spirit, resisting the 6 masters. Pumph! However, one of the black-robed men sneered, then waved his fists, and also punched out a sky full of seawater. The fist of water! Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect that one of the black-robed men would also know the 5-element fist, and even use it. To be honest, even Lin Xian was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would also know the 5-element fist. This was really unexpected. 5-element fist against 5-element fist. The boundless ocean surged, and the 2 forces collided in the air, continuously exchanging blows. Every time they collided, a thunderous sound would be heard. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect that the other party would also have people from the 5-element sect. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, everyone screamed again. That was because the other black-robed man used the primal chaos energy and rapidly shot it out. That primal chaos energy was incomparably terrifying, and it could even kill a 6-star king. Primal chaos energy. It's a martial artist from the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone cried out in alarm. Even Lu Mingyue furrowed her brows. After all, she was an outstanding disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She did not expect that one of the black-robed men would be her fellow disciple. Moreover, from the primal chaos energy, the other party was clearly an expert. However, who was the other party? Lu Mingyue also did not know. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. For a moment, he was surrounded by 6 experts. His situation was extremely dangerous. "Ice seal!" he roared. The boundless ocean waves in the surroundings surged and instantly froze, forming clouds of icy mist that froze the entire space. Ka. In an instant, the attacks that filled the sky, the terrifying scene, and the 6 black-robed men were all frozen in the icy mist. The surrounding ocean also instantly froze. This method could be said to be heaven-shaking. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and he rapidly retreated from the encirclement of the 6 black-robed men. In the next moment, the 6 black-robed men roared, and a terrifying light erupted from their bodies, shattering the icy mist. They once again pounced at Lin Xian. The 6 black-robed men were very powerful. However, what shocked Lin Xian even more was that the 6 black-robed men actually included people from the 4 symbols Holy Lands, the All Beginnings Holy Land, and the 5 Element sect. These people were all his enemies. He did not expect that they would actually attack him together. However, since this was the case, he would not show mercy. In the next moment, he roared and pulled out the 9 underworld demonic sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky. The seawater that filled the sky instantly turned into an incomparably terrifying sword chi. It swept out in all directions. Ding, ding, ding. A heaven-shaking collision rang out. The 6 black-robed men were actually forced back by the sword chi. What? So powerful? What kind of sword chi is that? It can actually repel 6 experts. How did this guy do it? Everyone was shocked. They did not dare to believe it. The 6 black-robed men were also shocked. They were afraid that the other party's sword chi was too terrifying. It made them feel as if they were on the verge of death. Lin Xian held the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand, and his entire body was surging with killing intent. Ouyang Feng's expression was cold, and his eyes were like lightning, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Behind him, the other 5 black-robed men also tore off their black robes and took off the masks on their faces. Looking at those people, Lin Xian's expression was extremely grave. Because those people were none other than Guochuanfei, Li Wei, Wang Yu, and the others who had been killed by him. It seemed that not only Ouyang Feng had come back to life, but the others had as well. However, how did the other party do it? What method was this? Chapter 1762. What kind of technique was that? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Even He Tu and the dark red divine dragon, who were hidden inside the black earth, were stunned. They could not believe it. "Kid, be careful. They're too strange." The 2 of them transmitted their voices. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, and the aura on his body became even sharper. "I don't know how you came back to life, but if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. You're courting death. Shameless boasting. You're definitely not a match for the 6 of us." Ouyang Feng and the others shouted coldly. Their expressions were ferocious. In the next moment, they pounced crazily. This time, they no longer had any scruples. They attacked with all their might, using their respective ultimate techniques. Immemorial demonic elephant fist. Ouyang Feng shouted. He was like a demon, and the terrifying immemorial demonic elephant rampaged. 5 Elements Fist. Li Wei used the 5 Elements Fist. The 5-colored light kept flickering, terrifying and strange. Chaotic Light. Guochuanfei shot out beams of terrifying light, tearing through the void and slashing towards Lin Xian. The others also used their ultimate techniques, and terrifying energy rushed towards Lin Xian. "Good timing." Lin Xian laughed. "I haven't used my full strength in a long time. Today, I'll show you my true strength." Lin Xian's body emitted a bright light, and the dragon sword realm instantly enveloped the entire valley. He roared and waved his sword. Suddenly, A black sword light descended from the sky like the Styx River. The terrifying energy directly split a ball of energy, causing it to dissipate into spiritual energy. On the other side, Lin Xian clapped his hand, and the thousand beast cauldron appeared above him. A terrifying black light swept out like a tide. It was deafening, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The five elements' fist was broken. Layers of dragon shadows. Lin Xian held the sword in his right hand and punched out with his left. Countless black fist shadows intertwined in the air, forming numerous black dragons that blotted out the sky. The four immemorial demonic elephants collided with each other at high speed as the terrifying dragon soared through the sky. Pung ping pung. In an instant, the six figures were blasted back again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a demon god. He stood in place, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. This is your power? You're just so domineering. Too domineering. Only a few people were capable of repelling six experts by himself. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of war, domineering to the extreme. Damn it, why is he so strong? Ouyang Fengdu and the other five had ugly looks on their faces. Originally, they had thought that the six of them would be able to easily kill the other party. However, he didn't expect that in just over 10 days, the other party's cultivation and strength would undergo another earth-shattering change. That kind of breakthrough was even more powerful than theirs. Even now, the six of them couldn't take him down even if they worked together. However, the six of them wouldn't give up just like that. This time they came to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, the six of them still had their biggest trump cards that they hadn't used yet. The next moment, Ouyang Fengdu snorted, "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although you're very strong and beyond our expectations, do you think you can avoid being killed like this? You're too naive. No matter what tricks you have, today is the day you die." Li Wei sneered. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out. I'll let you know that all tricks are futile in front of me. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ouyang Fengdu snorted. Then, the six of them looked at each other and nodded heavily. The six of them snorted coldly. Light erupted from their bodies, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged. Then, a silver mark appeared between their eyebrows. The light shone, and it was extremely strange. Silver runes quickly crawled out from the mark and covered the six of them in an instant. The next moment, the six of them shone with silver light, and their aura suddenly skyrocketed. The terrifying energy formed a huge storm that enveloped the entire valley. Even the surrounding martial artists who were spectating the battle felt their bodies hurt from the force of the energy storm. They're still hiding their strength. What's going on? This aura is too terrifying. What's that silver rune mark? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. If one or two of them had hidden their strength, they could still believe it. However, the six of them had hidden their strength together, and they had hidden a lot of it. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. There must be a secret on the six of them. Furthermore, that silver rune imprint was truly too strange, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Lin Xian was also very surprised. He didn't expect the six of them to be able to increase their strength by so much at the same time. It was too surprising. Silver runes? They must have obtained some kind of mysterious energy. I wonder if it's man-made or something else. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The resurrection of the six of them was already too surprising. He didn't expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that they must have had an unknown adventure. Ouyang Feng and the other five, their bodies shone with silver light. They felt that they had powerful strength and suddenly laughed. "Hi kid, you're dead this time. I think the six of us don't need to attack together. One of us can kill him." After obtaining the energy of the silver rune, the six of them became arrogant again. Among them, Li Wei took a step forward. "Kid, let me blow your head off with one punch." Five-form fist. The golden fist turned into a wave and rushed forward quickly. This energy was more than twice as strong as before. Suddenly, The sword light that filled the sky was blasted back by this punch. Even the sword chi dimmed a lot. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that the silver rune mark was really mysterious. It could increase a warrior's energy by so much. After Li Wei succeeded in his punch, he also laughed to the sky. That was because he felt that he alone would be able to kill Lin Xian. "Kid, did you see that? This is my strength. Die obediently." Li Wei was like a god of war, looking down at Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His opponent's strength had indeed increased. He could even compete with him. However, he could only contend against him. It was impossible for him to defeat him. Because before, he didn't use all of his strength. I don't know what kind of adventure you had, and I don't know what your silver rune mark is. But if you want to defeat me with this little power, it's undoubtedly a fool's dream. Lin Xian said coldly. A fool's dream? It seems that you're still naive. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to kill the other party today. Therefore, in the next moment, he waved the demonic sword in his hand and slashed out waves of shocking sword chi. Boom! The demonic sword streaked across the sky like a black river, surging over. With a sharp aura, it directly cut open the sky. However, at this moment, the aura emitted from Ouyang Feng's body became even stronger. On his body, the silver light was like lightning, and even the scales of a demonic beast flickered. His body, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, quickly became 7 to 8 meters tall. His limbs were thick, like a human-shaped demonic beast. Ouyang Feng's body swayed slightly, and like a silver bolt of lightning, he instantly dodged the terrifying sword chi. On his body, the silver light was like a silver flame, burning fiercely, causing his strength to increase by several times. It had to be said that this silver mark was too mysterious. It could actually increase a martial artist's strength by so much. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Especially the martial artists from the 4 symbols sacred grounds, their pupils constricted. This was because the current Ouyang Feng, other than not having the primordial demon elephant's nose, was like an primordial demon elephant. His 4 huge feet could crush mountains and rivers, and his eyes were red like a wild beast. His body was covered with silver scales, and he was completely a standing primordial demon elephant. Kid, the origin of this silver mark is extraordinary. It's definitely not something you can imagine. And my current strength is also not something you can imagine. Therefore, in this battle, you will definitely be killed by me. Say these words after you succeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved the 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand again. The sword chi filled the sky, and it was extremely sharp as it slashed directly at Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng roared. He was like a wild beast, and he did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist to meet the attack. At this moment, his fist was like a silver mountain, and it was extremely dazzling. Clang! The silver fist and the black demonic sword collided, causing an earth-shattering collision. The explosion turned into an energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian frowned. Ouyang Feng's strength had indeed increased, and he was almost on par with him. Moreover, Ouyang Feng's body was so strong that it could contend with his demonic sword. It was indeed shocking. Ah, kid, stop struggling. My current strength is already getting stronger. It won't be long before I tear you to pieces. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's just an external force. It's not my own, and I can't unleash its full power. Today, I'll let you know what it means to truly defy the heavens. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of black lightning and quickly rushed forward. Chapter 1764. The silver light collided with the sword light in the sky, producing a clanging sound. The energy was too terrifying. It was like 2 volcanoes erupting at the same time, blowing up the entire void. The ground sank and the entire valley collapsed. Black holes appeared one after another. Ah! Ouyang Feng roared crazily. Silver runes shone all over his body and his eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, he seemed to have lost his mind and pounced forward like a mad beast. It's not my own power. You can't do it. Lin Xian's gaze was firm. The sword chi on his body was like a rainbow. The great dragon sword's soul revolved quickly and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Boom! There was another fierce collision, followed by blood splattering everywhere. This time, Ouyang Feng could not take it anymore. His silver light was cut open and countless cracks appeared on his palm. Not only that, but his body was also sent flying, causing the ground to crack. Buzz! Lin Xian quickly caught up with him like a shadow. The demonic sword in his hand emitted a black light like a black sun and slashed down. The sword was so powerful that even the eyelids of the elders in the distance twitched. Ouyang Feng's body was also cut in half by the sword. The silver light in the sky disappeared and blood stained the ground. The entire valley was silent. The 6 members of the Dark Coalition were all killed. Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and looked like a sword demon. After a moment of silence, the surrounding cultivators let out a series of exclamations. They could not believe that the final winner was Lin Xian. One should know that the 6 members of the Dark Coalition were all very powerful. At that moment, they were all killed by a single person. It could be said that it was a feat that defied the natural order. At that moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. As for the people that held grudges against Lin Xian, their expressions grew even more gloomy as they frowned. They knew that Lin Xian was definitely a powerful enemy. He would probably be their nightmare in the future. Those who did not have a grudge against Lin Xian and yearned for power were extremely excited. Their eyes were red. They felt their blood boiling and wanted to roar at the sky. It was as if he was fighting alongside Lin Xian. That was because this kind of hot-blooded battle scene had really infected them. There were even many people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xian. Because of the previous battle, they knew that Lin Xian must have expended a lot of energy and might even have suffered serious internal injuries. Therefore, this was the best opportunity. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After killing Ouyang Feng, he left the valley at lightning speed. The previous battle had indeed consumed a lot of his spiritual energy, so he didn't want to give those people a chance to attack. Seeing Lin Xian dashing towards the outside of the valley, the figures on the surrounding mountain peaks charged towards him like ghosts. These people weren't of the younger generation, but rather middle-aged or elders. They were the experts of top powers who were taking action. They wanted to clear the obstacles for their sect's genius disciples. Because Lin Xian was undoubtedly a powerful enemy. But soon, they returned with dark faces. That was because Lin Xian was too fast and they couldn't catch up. There were also shouts from those who wanted to form an alliance with Lin Xian or invite Lin Xian to join them. But there was no response. Lin Xian was like a ghost as he left the valley and shuttled through the forest. But soon he stopped and even frowned. That was because there was a figure in front of him blocking his path. Lu Mingyue. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Lu Mingyue to be the one blocking him. She was able to keep up with his speed and even predict his escape route. He had to admit that she was definitely a terrifying woman. That's right, it was Lu Mingyue standing in front of him. She was like a fairy, but there was a trace of coldness on her beautiful face. Lu Mingyue didn't say anything, but her eyes shone brightly and streaks of chaotic energy appeared on her body. Buzz! In the next moment, 2 streaks of chaotic light burst out from her eyes. They were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. Since his opponent dared to compete with his soul power, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. So, in the next moment, his eyes also flickered. 2 streaks of golden light turned into golden swords that collided with his opponent's chaotic light. Boom! The 2 soul powers collided. Then, a terrifying explosion of energy swept out in all directions. A small crack appeared in the void, and the surrounding forest was cut in half. This kind of attack was too terrifying and dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause a cultivator to suffer serious injuries. After the first exchange, the 2 of them didn't attack again. Lin Xian was greatly astonished. His opponent's soul power was actually so powerful that she could contend against him. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. Lu Mingyue was also extremely astonished. She didn't expect Lin Xian's soul power to be so powerful. Furthermore, after such an intense battle, he was still able to contend against her attack. It seemed that he was truly extraordinary. He was an exceptional enemy. So, in the next moment, she said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't attack you right now. However, you've still killed the cultivators of my All Beginnings Holy Land. It's impossible for you to continue living like this. In the next 7 days, my organization and I will attack you. If you can contend against us, then this grudge will be settled. If you can't, then I'll have avenged my fellow disciples." After saying that, Lu Mingyue didn't wait for Lin Xian's reply. She turned into a streak of chaotic light and left the forest. Revenge? All Beginnings Holy Land? Lin Xian coldly snorted. His eyes flickered. Sure enough, his opponent still wanted to attack him. However, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to see what kind of methods this outstanding disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land had. If she was too weak, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way. Not long after Lu Mingyue left, Lin Xian also quickly moved. He returned to that safe place and started to cultivate. He wanted to recover the energy he'd lost and the injuries he'd sustained. He even took out the 5-colored divine stone and started to rapidly absorb it. The 5-colored divine stone flickered with incomparably resplendent radiance. Tens of thousands of multicolored rays of light fell down and enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 1765. In the next moment, he opened his eyes with difficulty and realized that he was still in the outside world. The scene from before was like a dream. The 5-colored divine stone was still floating in front of him. Was it really an illusion? Lin Xian was puzzled. He stood up and realized that the exhausted energy and injuries on his body had all healed. Lin Xian could not understand. He knew that the world in his body was very magical, and the 5-colored divine stone was even more so. Could the two be related? After studying it for a while, he still could not figure it out. Therefore, he did not bother about it anymore. Now that his injuries were healed, he wanted to continue heading deeper into the forest, because he wanted to see how vast this forest was. On the other hand, Lu Mingyue returned and began to contact her Bright Moon organization to prepare to hunt down Lin Xian. There were only 7 days. She had to kill him within these few days. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome for him to recover completely. Lu Mingyue's plan was very good, but she did not know that Lin Xian had already recovered completely. According to Lu Mingyue's original plan, Lin Xian could not have recovered so quickly. This was because this place was very strange. Warriors could only absorb energy through elixirs and subdivine crystals. It was very difficult to absorb energy from the outside world. Not to mention possessing such a magical item like the 5-colored divine stone. Therefore, it would take at least 3 to 4 days to fully recover from such an intense battle. And during this period of time, it was absolutely fatal for a martial artist. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had the longevity secret and could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, he had the 5-colored divine stone. This allowed him to fully recover in less than half a day. Therefore, when Lu Mingyue led her people to Lin Xian's lair, they realized that he had already left. Damn it, he actually ran away. Search, we must catch him. Lu Mingyue snorted and gave the order. On Lin Xian's side, he completely ignored the pursuit. Ling Xian, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey advanced into the depths of the primeval forest. Along the way, they were very careful, avoiding the powerful monster kings, and kept moving. Finally, they gradually approached the depths of the primeval forest. Looking into the distance, the terrifying aura in the surroundings was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding trees were also getting bigger and more luxuriant. In fact, some of the trees were as big as a mountain. They were so huge that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but Lin Xian still hadn't arrived. However, the environment here was even more spectacular than the outside. It was as if they had returned to the ancient times. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sped up and prepared to cross the mountain range. They did the same. However, when they crossed the mountain range, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were stunned, because the scene behind the mountain range was completely different from what they had imagined. They thought that there was a vast forest behind the mountain range. However, the reality was not like that. What lay ahead was a vast expanse of white bones. Big and small, grotesquely shaped, they covered the ground. From afar, it looked like a white wave. Their surroundings were also quiet, without the slightest sound. This was because aside from Lin Xian's group of 3, there were no other living creatures in this place. What was going on? Where did the bones come from? Lin Xian was shocked. What had happened here in the past? He was simply too shocked. Previously, in the primeval forest, he had seen many corpses and bones. However, the number of corpses there could not be compared to here. In front of them was a sea of bones. It was incomparably terrifying, and one could not see the end of it. This was definitely not caused by an ordinary battle between monsters. The dark red divine dragon's expression was also solemn as it said in a deep voice, "Kid, this should be an ancient battlefield." Ancient battlefield? Lin Xian was shocked. However, the dark red divine dragon nodded heavily. That's right, an ancient battlefield. There must have been an earth-shattering battle here. But what kind of battle was it? I don't know. However, it might have something to do with the seal of the oblique moon mystic world. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. He knew that the sea of bones in front of him might hide a huge secret. Although the scene ahead was terrifying, Lin Xian still decided to take a look. He carefully stepped forward and walked forward. In front of him was a vast expanse of white. Those bones had been asleep for who knew how long, and at this moment, there was still a terrifying murderous aura on them. This aura was very terrifying. Ordinary kings would not dare to go forward at all. However, Lin Xian was different. The sword chi formed by the great dragon sword's soul circled around his body, completely isolating the terrifying aura. Just like that, Lin Xian walked forward. Buzz. Suddenly, the white bone on his left exploded, and a terrifying figure charged towards him. Who is it? Lin Xian's scalp went numb as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he quickly retreated. He did not expect that there would be someone here. Moreover, someone who could attack him. Could it be someone from the ancient era? Lin Xian did not know, but he did not dare to be careless. Not only that, he also saw the other party. It was a middle-aged man who looked very dignified. His body was surrounded by divine light as if he was a god of war. A terrifying fist blasted towards him. Not good. This aura is at the almighty level. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. However, he realized that he could not dodge at all. The fist was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and blasted towards him. Damn it! Lin Xian shouted coldly. In the next moment, he waved his arm and countless sword chi formed an azure dragon divine shield in front of him, blocking the shocking blow. In the next moment, the terrifying fist blasted on the azure dragon divine shield and strangely passed through it. Not only that, the fist quickly blasted towards his body. What? Lin Xian's scalp went numb when he saw this scene. This was too strange. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he discovered that when the terrifying fist collided with his body, it actually passed right through him without causing him any harm. What's going on? Lin Xian did not understand why he was not hurt. However, in the next moment he frowned again. Behind him, the pile of white bones suddenly exploded. A white figure was like a shocking rainbow that quickly charged towards him. It was a woman with a beautiful face. She was dressed in white and held a blue killing sword in her hand. She was like a flying immortal as she quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This sword was very terrifying. It was far beyond any sword technique Lin Xian had ever seen. Therefore, in an instant, it stabbed his body. However, something strange happened again. The long sword seemed to be transparent and did not cause any damage to him at all. What's going on? Lin Xian was stunned. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. Golden light shone in his eyes, accompanied by mysterious Tao patterns. However, he soon frowned because he realized that he couldn't rely on the gigantic sword. In the area 10 miles around the heavenly colossal sword, a terrifying spatial domain was formed, preventing anyone from entering. Furthermore, the black mist in front of him surged, forming a terrifying black space. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the countless white bones around him rose into the air and flew forward. As soon as they entered the black space, they seemed to be blasted into nothingness by a powerful force. Nothing was left behind. What a terrifying black space! Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this. These white bones had existed for countless years without being destroyed. However, they were instantly blasted into nothingness by the black space in front of him. This power was simply too terrifying. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to act rashly. He could only walk slowly around the edge of the black space because he wanted to see what was behind the gigantic sword. Perhaps he could discover something? Therefore, Lin Xian moved again. However, when he told him to go around the gigantic sword, Lin Xian was extremely surprised. That was because he saw a figure standing there. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. As the gigantic sword was huge and surrounded by a special black domain, Lin Xian couldn't see the other side at all. But now, when he circled around, he found that there was a figure standing on the other side of the giant sword. Just like him, the figure was staring at the gigantic sword intently. However, in the next moment, the figure in front of him suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. From the looks of it, the figure didn't expect anyone to come here. Buzz. In the next moment, the figure attacked. Originally, Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the figure. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. However, when the figure attacked, he immediately reacted. This was definitely not a hallucination. It was different from the previous attack. This was an extremely terrifying killing move that could take his life. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He stomped his foot and quickly moved to the side. However, at this moment, another terrifying attack appeared behind him. It was a crescent-shaped sword ray. It was extremely sharp and easily cut the void in half. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He didn't expect there to be an attack behind him. It was too shocking. Therefore, in the next moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into an afterimage on the spot and instantly dodged. The crescent-shaped sword Qi cut Lin Xian's afterimage apart and quickly disappeared. Lin Xian had already appeared on the other side. Not only that, but sword Qi surrounded his body. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared straight ahead. That was because he realized that the other party was an extremely terrifying person. He had never met such a person before. In front, the figure also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 1767. The figure in front also turned around with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be able to dodge his attack. One had to know that his attack was extremely terrifying. Very few people of the same level could contend with it. Even the older generation experts couldn't escape from his hands. But now, there was someone who could easily dodge his attack. He was simply too shocked. That person was surprised, and so was Lin Xian. Because now, he could see the other party clearly. The other party was only a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had an ordinary face. However, his aura was extremely extraordinary. You're very skilled to be able to dodge my attack. It's indeed rare. The young man said calmly. Who are you? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Although the other party wasn't as dazzling as the Alcade Sage or Yi Wudao, Lin Xian instinctively knew that the other party was definitely not simple. Who are you? Before you ask your opponent, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The black-robed young man said calmly. I'm Long Xian, a rogue cultivator. Lin Xian revealed his current identity. Long Xian? A rogue cultivator? I don't think so. Could it be that you're Lin Xian, the one wanted by the Alcade's sacred land recently? The black-robed young man revealed Lin Xian's identity. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face immediately darkened. There was even killing intent in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be able to see through his identity so easily. It really surprised him. For you. This time, Lin Xian's voice was much colder. He had no choice. He couldn't reveal his identity now. Otherwise, it would cause an unprovoked massacre. Therefore, he couldn't allow his identity to be exposed. Don't be nervous. Whether you're Lin Xian or not doesn't have much to do with me. I'm just guessing. Don't tell me you want to kill me? The young man said calmly. As for who I am, when you beat me, I'll naturally tell you. Otherwise, you have no right to know my name. Only by defeating him would one be qualified to know his name. Such words were simply too arrogant. These words did not match the temperament of the black-clothed youth. However, Lin Xian felt that it was only natural, because he could feel how powerful the other party was. Sure enough, in the next moment, the other party attacked again. The black-robed young man's body emitted a dazzling light. However, Lin Xian's pupils abruptly shrank. That was because dozens of attacks had suddenly appeared in front of him, less than a meter away. This kind of attack speed was too terrifying. He had never seen anything like it before. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't have been able to dodge at all and would have been killed directly. Fortunately, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His entire body transformed into a stream of light as he instantly left his original location. Boom, boom. A spatial crack appeared where he had been standing. What incredible speed! Lin Xian was shocked. He hadn't noticed it the last time, but now that he was exchanging blows with his opponent, he felt that his opponent's attacks were too strange. With such a long spatial distance, his opponent was able to attack him in an instant. That was unbelievable. It was as if his opponent could ignore space. He can still dodge it? Not bad. Interesting. The black-clothed youth nodded slightly. Then, he waved his palm and the sky was filled with rays of light that instantly attacked Lin Xian again. These rays of light were initially around the black-clothed youth, but in an instant, they were near Lin Xian. They appeared from all directions and stabbed at Lin Xian's vital points. Lin Xian kept dodging, narrowly avoiding these attacks. However, his face became gloomier because he realized that this was not the way to go. That was because no matter how fast he was or where he appeared, there would always be terrifying attacks by his side. That made it impossible for him to shake off his opponent. Therefore, in the next moment, he stopped dodging and stopped moving. A sharp light quickly appeared on his body. Sky-shaking sword. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky and slashed in all directions. At that moment, the entire space turned into a sea of sword principles. Countless sword chi surged and roared. However, the black-clothed youth did not move at all. When the sword chi got close, the black-clothed youth waved his hand and the sword chi was inexplicably transferred to other places and fell with a loud bang. However, the black-clothed youth was not injured at all. This was... Lin Xian was astonished. Such a defensive technique was simply too bizarre. To be able to divert his sword chi so easily, one had to admit that it was extremely shocking. Space ability. Lin Xian frowned and his eyes flashed. He had experienced hundreds of battles and could naturally see his opponent's ability in an instant. However, he did not expect his opponent to be able to use space ability. That was too unbelievable. There were thousands of paths. Warriors cultivated wind, thunder, water, fire, sabers, spears, staffs, and swords. Some could even control poison gas and some could control plants. Of course, there were also people who could control space. Even time. However, the latter two types of warriors were too rare. They were almost non-existent. Lin Xian had never thought that he would encounter a monarch who could control space. No wonder his opponent was so domineering and confident. That was because there was a rumor in the world that space was king and time was supreme. In other words, all methods were futile in front of a space warrior. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the black-clothed youth smiled. That's right. I am a space warrior. Your sword chi is very sharp. This kind of sword technique is rarely seen. However, it's a pity that you have no chance of winning in front of my space territory. Retreat. Leave this place and I won't kill you, the black-clothed youth said in a deep voice. Leave this place? Lin Xian frowned and shook his head slightly. In this world, no one can order me around. No one can make me do things that I don't want to do. The black-clothed youth's face turned cold. Since that was the case, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Like water ripples, they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt that the place he was in had changed. Although the environment did not change, Lin Xian could feel that he was enveloped by his opponent's space territory. Sure enough, the space around him quickly formed a vortex as if it was going to tear his body apart. It really is the power of space. What a strange technique. Lin Xian used his power to resist the power of space. It had to be said that a space warrior was too terrifying. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out and swept out in all directions. The entire space was shattered. The purple light enveloped everything. Humph, it's over. On the other side, Gu Santong said in a deep voice. He was not surprised by this result. One had to know that the Gu clan's void technique was extremely powerful. No one could resist it. Moreover, he was a space element king who was proficient in space. It could be said that the void technique was even more terrifying in his hands. However, in the next moment, he frowned and his eyes flashed. Then, his body completely merged into the void. A sword light pierced from behind, piercing through the void. However, it was still one step too late. Gu Santong's body had already disappeared. When the sword god's shadow disappeared, Gu Santong's body appeared once again. His expression was serious as he looked ahead. He was no longer as casual as before. Fortunately, he was proficient in space techniques. Otherwise, that attack would have killed him. Therefore, at this moment, he looked ahead, his eyes flashing. The other party could still threaten him after withstanding such a terrifying attack. He had to admit that he was very surprised. He even suspected that the other party had not been killed. As expected, the purple energy in front of him gradually disappeared. The shattered void also quickly healed. Then, a figure appeared. Beside Lin Xian, the dragon sword territory flashed and formed a huge azure dragon divine shield, protecting his body. To be honest, the palm just now was too sudden. There was no warning and it was very fast. In an instant, it had enveloped him. At this critical moment, he could only passively defend. In the end, he managed to resist the purple palm. However, the terrifying power of the palm also caused him to be injured. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm. His eyes flashed. As expected of a disciple of the Gu family. He was indeed strong. He could actually injure him in one move. He was too shocked. He had rarely been injured like this in previous battles. He did not expect the other party to injure him in the first move. The void technique combined with the space territory was indeed very powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. Opposite him, Gu Santong was even more shocked because he realized that the other party was indeed injured. However, it was not a fatal injury. This made him suspect that he had fallen into an illusion. One had to know that the purple palm could easily kill a 6-star king. Even the older generation experts would not be able to survive if they were hit by it. However, the other party only spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His foundation was not damaged at all. This was not what he had expected. On the other side, Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword and said coldly, "You are very strong. You are worthy of my full strength." With the demonic sword in hand, the dragon sword territory flashed. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. Chapter 1769. Lin Xian's sword missed, but he was not upset. His expression was calm, and he was like the god of death looking around. He knew that no matter how strong his opponent was, he could not hide in the void forever. His opponent would definitely come out. Not long after, the void on the other side rippled, and Gu Santong's figure appeared. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. Lin Xian used his ultimate skill, and the gale boots on his feet shone brightly, increasing his speed beyond compare. Therefore, the moment Gu Santong's body appeared, Lin Xian was already beside him. The terrifying demonic sword flashed with sword chi, and it slashed down fiercely. What? So fast? Gu Santong was shocked. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast. He had just appeared, and his opponent was already here. He even suspected that his opponent was using spatial techniques. In the next moment, his figure flickered again, and he disappeared. However, the next time he appeared, he would be attacked by Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's speed was getting faster and faster, and even his black robe was being pierced by his opponent. Gu Santong was shocked. His opponent's speed was too fast. He had never seen such speed before. It was like teleportation. He knew that this could not go on. He had to attack, or he would be in danger. Gu Santong roared, and his eyes lit up. Thereafter, a series of horrifying attacks appeared out of nowhere around Lin Xian. These attacks were too strange and too fast. This was true teleportation. Seeing that the attacks were about to engulf him, Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his sword, and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void. That black hole was like an abyss beast, and it swallowed all the attacks. What? Spatial mystique. Seeing this, Gu Santong was shocked. But soon, he shook his head in denial. Although the scene just now was very similar to his spatial ability, he could clearly sense that it wasn't a spatial ability. This guy broke the void directly. Gu Santong was extremely shocked. He realized that Lin Xian had used his superior battle prowess to shatter the void and forcefully destroy all the attacks. This was too shocking. One had to know that he could do this because he was a spatial king and knew how to use space. As for the other party, he had directly shattered it with a tyrannical attitude. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. You're very strong. You're a genius of the younger generation. Gu Santong's expression was serious. But you are no match for me. Because I didn't use my full strength earlier. If I go all out, I'm afraid you won't be able to block it. So, for your safety, I advise you to leave this place. I don't want to kill anyone. Leave here? Impossible. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Cut the crap. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Seeing Lin Xian's insistence, Gu Santong did not say anything else. In the next moment, his aura became even more terrifying, as if he had merged with the surrounding void. He was the ruler and he could control this space. Boom. Gu Santong stretched out his palm and closed his fingers. Lin Xian's body stiffened. He felt that the space around him had solidified and was pressing down on him continuously, as if it was going to crush him into a bloody mist. Frick, frick. Lin Xian's bones could not stop shaking. Open. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body spun wildly. Terrifying sword chi surged out of his body and swept in all directions. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. It was extremely sharp. Lin Xian's body glowed with light. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and shattered the surrounding space. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared under Lin Xian's feet and spread in all directions. It was as if this space could not withstand Lin Xian's power. What? He can still withstand it. On the opposite side, Gu Santong frowned, his expression extremely serious. His space shackle was one of his ultimate techniques. It was extremely terrifying. Even a 6-star king would be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. There was no way for him to resist. However, his opponent was able to withstand it. Not only that, but he was also able to move. This was basically breaking his ultimate technique. Looks like I can only banish you. Gu Santong's expression was solemn as he said coldly. In the next moment, his eyes shone brightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Eternal banishment. Boom. The void split open and a black hole appeared, swallowing Lin Xian completely. In the next moment, the surrounding space shook rapidly like a picture scroll. Then it was as good as new. As for Lin Xian, he disappeared. Eternal exile. this was an extremely terrifying spatial absolute art. It could throw a martial artist into an ice-cold universe. It was equivalent to being banished and could never return. Although it did not kill the opponent immediately, it was equivalent to finishing off the opponent. Because no one who was banished for eternity could ever return. Eternal banishment. Lin Xian completely disappeared from this space. On the opposite side, Gu Santong heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished off a powerful opponent. This battle was extremely intense for him. Other than the saints of the sacred grounds, he rarely encountered such a powerful opponent. Sighing in relief, Gu Santong once again looked at the giant sword in front of him. In a flash, he was about to comprehend the energy on it. However, at this moment, he frowned and stared at the space behind him. It was peaceful there, but Gu Santong's eyebrows were twitching wildly, as if something was about to happen. Boom! As expected, in the next moment, there was an earth-shattering sound. The space behind him shattered and a figure flew out quickly. Like a sharp sword, he appeared from the darkness. What? He's out. Seeing this, Gu Santong's pupils dilated in disbelief. That's right, the person who came out was Lin Xian. He flew out from the eternal banishment quickly. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely cry out in shock. Because this was too unbelievable. To know that the eternal banishment was an extremely terrifying technique. No martial artist who was banished has ever returned. But now, Lin Xian had actually broken this rule and directly killed his way back. One has to admit that this was too heaven-defying. Indeed, Gu Santong was also stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could escape from the eternal banishment. You are very strong. I cannot defeat you for now. But you cannot defeat me either. Let's call this a draw. Gu Santong said in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although he could escape from the eternal banishment, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. Chapter 1770. Although Lin Xian could escape from eternal exile, he was not confident that he could kill his opponent. This was because his opponent's spatial mystique was too strange. It was almost undefeatable. Unless his dragon sword soul made another breakthrough and greatly increased his battle power, he would be able to cut open the entire space and make it impossible for his opponent to hide. As for now, he was not confident of winning at all. However, it seemed like his opponent was the same. He could only threaten him, but it was impossible for him to kill him. Both of them knew this, so they did not continue fighting. Instead, they gathered together to talk. Lin Xian asked his opponent about the situation here, and his opponent asked Lin Xian about the primeval forest. Because Gu Santong had always stayed near the giant sword and rarely went out, he did not know much about the outside world. Both of them took what they needed. After chatting for a while, they realized that their personalities were quite similar, and they became friends. Haha, was this what they meant by, no discord, no concord? Gu Santong also laughed heartily. A person like Lin Xian was enough to threaten him, so it was better to be friends than enemies. Next, the two of them began to cultivate near the giant sword. According to Gu Santong, the giant sword had an extraordinary origin and had been around for a long time. During this time, he had even figured out two cultivation methods. The first was to absorb the black gas on the giant sword into the body. This could temper a martial artist's body. The second was to understand the Tao patterns on the giant sword. This could perfect one's martial mystique. With Gu Santong's reminder, Lin Xian also began to cultivate according to these two methods. As expected, after absorbing the black gas, Lin Xian could feel his body growing stronger. It was as if he had become a prized artifact, invincible. As for the Tao patterns on the giant sword, they were even more mysterious. It would take a lot of effort to understand them. In the end, even the dark red dragon came out. He also wanted to understand the Tao patterns. The two of them and the dragon cultivated silently here. As for the little white monkey, it was playing in the sea of bones around it. After more than 10 days, other figures appeared nearby. These people all had powerful auras. They were obviously experts. When these people saw this scene, they were very serious at first. But slowly they got used to it. All of them wanted to explore the secrets of the ancient sword. After a few more days, more and more figures appeared. Some even began to set up camp near the Sea of Bones, preparing to study the sword for a long time. Lin Xian even saw some familiar faces. It seemed that most of the martial artists in the primeval forest had rushed here. Actually, it was normal. The sea outside the primeval forest was sealed, and they could not leave. Therefore, they could only explore the depths of the forest. Sooner or later, they would return to the vicinity of the giant sword. Those who arrived later naturally also saw Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian, they were all shocked and even had looks of disbelief on their faces. Did something happen? When Lin Xian saw the shocked expressions on their faces, he grabbed one of them and questioned him. A martial artist was pulled to Lin Xian's side. He was so scared that he almost wet himself, because he saw with his own eyes how Lin Xian killed Ouyang Feng and the other 5 experts. He had an instinctive fear of Lin Xian. But when he realized that Lin Xian was just asking about something, the martial artist heaved a sigh of relief. So, he quickly told him what he knew. It turned out that the news of Lu Mingyue leading people to hunt down Lin Xian had spread. These people thought that Lin Xian had been killed, but they did not expect that he would appear near the sword. But given Lu Mingyue's personality, she shouldn't have given up. Sooner or later, there will be a great battle between her and me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But from the looks of it, you don't seem worried at all. Leaf Doudenier said, I'm warning you that Lu Mingyue is extremely powerful. She's even stronger than Ouyang Feng. Chapter 1772. The next day, after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, these people sent warriors to investigate. However, the news they received made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Bright Moon Organization, Thornflower Alliance, Wind Follower Organization. The 3 major organizations were all uprooted overnight. Shocking, it was too shocking. These 3 organizations were extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, they were invincible. Usually, no one dared to provoke them. They were a colossus. But now, it had been completely destroyed in a single night. It had to be said that this was absolutely shocking news. Lin Xian annihilated the 3 major organizations by himself. This news swept through the entire primeval forest like a gust of wind. A day later, Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and the rest also knew. Then, their faces were gloomy and ferocious. They could not wait to kill their way back. Damn it. That was too despicable. These experts were driven mad. They went out to hunt down Lin Xian, but they did not expect that their base would be uprooted. This was too shameful. At the thought of this, they were furious. Go back. I must kill him. Yan Qing gritted his teeth in anger. Lu Mingyue's expression was also cold. She had underestimated him. She did not expect him to have such determination and strength. He actually dared to annihilate the alliance of the 3 major organizations. It seemed that he had to be eliminated this time. Otherwise, in the future, he would definitely be a huge disaster. On the other side, Sun Yang was also gritting his teeth. Other than them, the other experts also had gloomy expressions. This time, they had lost a lot of face. They had probably become the laughingstock of the entire primeval forest. He had to kill Lin Xian if he wanted to wash away this humiliation. These people were all ferocious. Their expressions were cold and murderous. They quickly rushed back into the distance. When they saw that their nest had been destroyed beyond recognition, they all roared at the sky. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. Everyone's scalp went numb. They knew that these 3 organizations were really angry. They were probably going to pursue Lin Xian endlessly. Although it was shocking that Lin Xian had wiped out 3 major organizations in one night, Lin Xian didn't dare to underestimate Lin Xian. However, they knew that this was only possible when there were no elite experts around. Otherwise, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Moreover, No one dared to look down on Lu Mingyue and the others now because they were a top-notch organization. Very quickly, Lu Mingyue and the others found out that Lin Xian had actually appeared near the Bone Sea Divine Sword. Upon receiving this news, they immediately rushed forward with murderous intent. They had to get rid of the other party, or they wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Lu Mingyue, Yan Qing, and Sun Yang joined forces. He brought a large group of experts with him. With a murderous aura, he flew toward the heaven-reaching sword. When the surrounding martial artists heard this news, their scalps went numb. They set out as well. When the cultivators at the Bone Sea saw Lu Mingyue and the others, they exclaimed in surprise. They knew that there would be a great battle soon. Therefore, the other organizations and alliances all warned their subordinates to retreat quickly. At the very least, they had to return to a safe place and not get involved. For a time, the entire Bone Sea was filled with undercurrents. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Very soon, those people discovered Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was standing near the heaven-reaching sword. Sword light flashed all over his body, forming an inexplicable connection with the heaven-reaching sword in front of him. It was as if he was a sword god. This scene shocked everyone.